An extra minute a show. These guys are getting so lucky this week.
No, this is
Now it's
it's top of the hour now.
we started at 7:59. You guys are lucky to be here for an extra minute of content.
How do they measure time? What is time?
This only just exists to us because we decay. So we're actually measuring our
time.
We're measuring for us. We're measuring the decay. I guess you can, because like when you measure the speed of light, I guess you're measuring the time from it to get to point A to point B. But the type of time that you're talking about, I think, has to do with the fact that we decay. So we're trying to quantify our death, which is kind of weird. If you were Q from Star Trek,
right? You would have like a different. You exist like outside of time.
Yeah, like you don't even really need to look at your watch because you're also like because you can time travel. You're like, I'm just gonna go fuck with them now, and like you can just port to whatever time they're in that you want to mess with them, and then just go back. And you're still doing the other thing that you're doing at the same time. You're split into multiple places at once.
Yeah. I took a because I think there is an actual measurement of time, and I think it is based on decay, maybe, or some sort of radioactive something. Because when I was in college,
that would make sense.
When I was in college, I took a class called what was it? Like mechanical based physics. So it was. I didn't do good. I had to drop the class. It was hard, but it was a big fat professor teaching us. It's like a higher level physics class, at least in undergrad. That was like it was like calculus, the applications of calculus with physics.
Yeah.
So it was like it was physics, but then you had to have already taken calculus one. My point is, it was really hard, and I didn't understand it, and I had to end up having to drop that class because I was like failing every exam. One of the things I remember from it, though, that he told us was about time. Was that somewhere here in the East United States they got a it's like like a science place where they have like cesium. Like the element cesium. Yeah. Cesium wouldn't want to be him.
Yeah. Hey. Okay. Gonna get silly this Easter weekend.
they have like a cesium atom that they got somewhere that they observe. And then that's time. Something to do with like the way this atom, like the radioactive something with this particular element.
Yeah.
They measure that. And then that's a second. Is something that
that'd be interesting. I know. Well, obviously, part of it began with the sun and the breakdown of the changes of the sun and figuring out its rotation, our orbit around the sun, and the breakdown. But the perception of time is only because we're perceiving different types of decay. So similar to that thing, like we're dying. The Earth and all the planets are slowly spinning into the sun and eventually will collapse into the sun and burn up.
Sure, that's entropy.
Yeah.
That's there is that. But I mean, there is like a physical, because there's like the time in the way that's like, like the Dr. Manhattan, where it's like there's time, there's like a linear progression of time for us, but then there's like, it's all a matter of perception or what we're capable, like just the limits of our ability to experience reality. But then there's like the actual hard science of like what is even as you break down, you have like years, months, weeks, days, hours, minutes, seconds. What is a second? There is like an actual measurement for that. And I think I figured it says here, I think I found the Wikipedia page for it, which is I think is like more studious research than most are doing now. With
Tetris Bad Boy, the sun's actually really hot.
The sun is really hot.
Yeah, he thinks it's cool, but I took some science classes.
It's also
I'm pretty sure the sun's pretty hot.
It's also moon beautiful, sun even more beautiful. Boom, boom. But you know that band? That's a band called Yellow, which is assigned to.
Is that Asian band?
No, I don't think they were Asian, but the band that does the boom, boom.
Yeah,
there's a band called Yellow who's on Ralph Records. And Ralph Records is the record label that was started by the Residents, which is like this really, this weird band. I was like, I've always been kind of obsessed with them, but I was really obsessed with them when I was crazy because I saw like all these billboards around the city that just had a picture of the Residents on it.
Well, obviously, it was the way the government was communicating with.
Well, if you ever see what they look like, it's four guys in tuxedos and top hats, but instead of heads, they have it's big eyeballs. It's like just giant eyeballs. So it was just like, so it was just like I was already in like a fractured state of mind, and then I was just seeing these billboards everywhere that had them on it, just a picture of them and nothing else.
Yeah,
and I guess they might have been doing a show somewhere, and that was because their whole deal is being anonymous and cryptic, so that was how they were advertising it. But because it was so cryptic, I just was like. And I was in a manic episode. It really drove me crazy. But it's a cool band. But they started a record label themselves. It was like an independent label called Ralph Records.
Yeah.
And one of the bands on Ralph Records is a group called Yellow, who does the boom, boom,
obviously Ferris Bueller made that popular, but
sure,
the amount of copycats after that, and then the amount of spoofs of those copycats, they must have made a killing on the royalties.
It's probably what has kept Ralph Records afloat for the last 50 years.
Yeah,
it's not like the Residents ever achieved any commercial success. But they had that one big hit on that record label probably has allowed. I think it's really just one guy. His name is Homer. I think it's like what is it, Homer Flynn? Because they've always been like anonymous. So
I think it's Simpson.
Nobody knows. But it's like, you always wonder how's this guy able to keep like making money doing this shit? And it's like, well, they did have a massive, massive hit. That might be what's kept the lights on.
And then he took that and he bought a house for $15,000.
Yeah,
now worth $5 million. And
now he's sitting on
made some good investments, Dalton.
That's true. Well, Instagram suspended the Rabbi Goldman account, so I don't know how to do finance anymore. Because I was getting all my.
Wait a minute, this is an Indian guy. This ain't a rabbi at all.
Yeah, because I was getting all my financial advice from him, and I was like really learning my way around money. Yeah. But then they said it was like anti-Semitic or something, and so they suspended the account.
It was pulling scams on Instagram. I mean, what's more?
I don't even know. Was it? I honestly don't.
Pro-Semitic to me, pulling financial scams for money on Instagram.
Was it even doing scams? Because it was like it presented as if it was like a wealth. Like you comment Goldman and I'll send you my playbook or whatever.
Yeah.
But the shit that he was talking about was like conspiracy theories and like.
Why do my glasses look crooked today?
I thought it was a bit. I thought it was like, oh, this is like the whole part of the bit is that he's also selling like, like a Patrick Bet-David course or something. Yeah. That's a joke. It didn't read to me like it was like a scam. It just read to me like he was trying to subvert perception or expectations in a way where it starts as like you think it's going to be this, getting money, multi-level marketing or whatever, buy a course scam. But then the reveal over time is that he's like, dispensing the secrets of the government. and it was sort of like a like a what's the word, like a trap door or some sort of hack.
Yeah,
Trojan or just a workaround to be like, well, you can't start with like Israel conspiracy theories.
I thought it was always I mean, when you first showed it to me, I was just like, okay, this is obviously a third party making these, and it was on the brink of like a Trojan horse thing. I knew it wasn't a Jewish person saying, like, writing it, but what I understood about it was I just thought they were spoofing. Like, there's certain things that I've said on Twitter and other people have said that get flagged as anti-Semitism, but you can go to Israel and find rabbis saying the same thing, but when they say it, it's spiritual talk.
Yeah, when you say stuff like the Jews are Christ killers, they go, "Hey, buddy."
but then if you go to them, they tell you they did. It's in the book.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So it depends on who says it. So I think he was. I thought the joke was he was trying to be like that, but then when he kept going deeper and deeper, being like, getting very. If it was a real rabbi, they could get away from saying that. But since it's an AI rabbi, it's obviously being negative.
Yeah,
it brings me to kind of to the Twitter post. I made I got 1 million impressions over the past week trying a new strategy of manipulating the anger of people. Sure. If you just make like a neutral comment,
it's called rage baiting.
Yeah, it's. I'm not even like kind of. I'm not trying. You don't even.
You usually do something called age baiting.
Hey, so dude. My favorite thing is I saw a video on Instagram, and there's like a little 12-year-old kid like looking at toys, and the guy has a camera and he runs up and he starts filming the kid. And he's like, "This guy's here to meet a 40-year-old guy." Filming the little kid. I was like, oh, I got a kick out of that. And the kid is like all startled and run away. It was like obviously like his nephew or his little brother or something, but it was hilarious.
It is fun.
Film the kid like to catch a predator, but you're catching the child that you learned.
I mean, that is like, well, I don't want to. There's no something I can't. I don't know what all I can say about this, but I do know of a situation that occurred many years ago where it was a 13-year-old who did something to like a 4 or 5-year-old.
Yikes!
And that 13-year-old
Lena Dunham.
Do what?
Lena Dunham from the Girls.
Sure, yeah, it was her. But she did like they did it like bring that to trial. And he got convicted. She got convicted. So, and that person had to serve some time.
They were both children.
I mean, they're both children, but it was like, the age disparity was still just like, because I mean, it is one of those things where it's like, well, you know better. Like this is this is like a deliberate abuse. Like it's not.
Yeah, it's crazy because there was a Romeo case, a digital Romeo case, where these kids were in high school and a senior, a sophomore got the number of a senior through like classmates or whatever, and it was a young girl that liked an older guy.
Sure.
But he was 18 and she's a sophomore, he's a senior. But I do remember being a senior and having freshman and sophomore like me and thinking, you're too young for me. Like, go away. Like,
oh no, we actually my school there were seniors who would date freshmen.
We did have those, but those were all crazy.
So fucking weird.
Those are the crazy people that were like smoking cigarettes behind Cumberland Farms already and like finger banging. I wasn't even like thinking. Anyways, this was recently that young girl. Because I was thinking about this story, Drew. Some young girl text like, and I don't know if they were full nudes or scantily clad photos to the senior trying to like get his attention. And then he rejected her and was like, I'm not interested. This was recently because you like whatever. And then she went to the police and said he had child pornography on his phone.
Oh man.
And he did. But she made it and sent it to him. So it was like a whole gray area. I don't know what happened with that case, but he was getting it was getting whatchamacallit, Romeo law, digital Romeo law.
Romeo law.
Romeo and Juliet or whatever it's called.
They have to kill themselves?
I don't know. It has something to do. Oh,
Casanova. Judge ordered them to commit suicide.
Casanova law. Yeah, yeah. You have to both kill each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? They say that they say when like a guy is good at talking to girls or picking up chicks, or is a bit of a womanizer, even that they call him a Romeo. But I've read the play and I've seen. I saw the movie. Yeah. They showed us when I was in high school. They showed us that movie, the movie adaptation, Romeo and Juliet, that actually has
child
underage breasts in it.
I didn't watch that, and I didn't see him.
It's not. Yeah, it's not good. You know, it's bad.
I think they removed it now.
But if you watch that play or read it,
my sources have told me that they think they're
yeah. So the information that just came across my desk is that they took out the
no, they bring it up on LOS like once a year.
Oh, they talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, just because because of the implications.
Well, if you read that story, it's like Romeo is obsessed with one woman, Juliet, and to the point where it like destroys his family and her family, and then it ends with each of them committing suicide. And so it wasn't like he was like good at picking up chicks.
Yeah,
it was just that one woman happened to really like him, and they liked each other too much to the point where they kind of lost sight of like their responsibilities, and then they committed suicide out of frustration and they didn't see. They decided that if I can't live without you. Yeah. If the only options are I have to live without you or I fucking kill myself, they chose killing themselves.
You know what's crazy? It is what's I just remembering now. I was in the play Romeo and Juliet in I think it was middle school. It might have been early high school. I played Friar Tuck.
But
because
you're trans.
Yeah. Yes. I had to talk. We were early on the thing, but also. The Romeo and Juliet story now sounds pretty violent, right? And then obviously you don't want to poison yourself and kill yourself, right?
Sure.
But I think all of us, our first loves when we were like, 16, 17, 18, maybe 15 or whatever, and that ended because you're like, oh, this is it. I found my wife. And then it ends and you're like, that's it. I'm killing everybody, including myself.
Well, I didn't have, you know what?
I have no coping skills. Well, I
didn't have that. So
some people, it happens to them later in life. Like, do you remember your first relationship, like kind of relationship, and like losing your virginity? There's a part of you that's like, oh, I found my wife. This is gonna work out. And then it ends, and it's like, oh, my whole world has been.
I mean, I was just
such Romeo and Juliet doesn't seem that far fetched.
I was such a late bloomer though that like by the time I like finally started to like be, the girls would actually go on dates with me, and that it would go on more than just one date with me.
Yeah,
by the time that happened, and then like we date a little bit, and then it ends. Everybody was telling me like, oh, that first relationship is gonna crush you. I'd already become so like disillusioned. Like I was already just like a man that when she broke it off, I said, I was like, well, that's it. Have a nice life. I wish you best of luck in your future endeavors. I will return to jacking off my penis.
The money's on the nightstand.
The money is on the nightstand. The chifforobe.
Yeah, that is kind of sad. And I do feel this talking to my younger friends and my buddies. Like, I watched the world change, and I was in the dating scene, and I have boomer friends and late or early Gen X friends that I try to talk to about dating. And I'm like, you guys are living in a time capsule.
Malt shop, one malt, two straws.
I'm close to your age, so I can kind of understand that you kind of just were like, I like the 80s or I like the 90s. I'm staying here. But I've kind of lived the journey along with you guys. And they are really underestimating how dating and meeting women in relationships and like love works now. Because even me, when I meet similar women that I'm like class wise, of women I met when I was younger.
You're meeting girls in a different class, like 10th grade.
Meet them at lunch, dude. Used to meet them at lunch.
Yeah, you're chatting up girls at homeroom period. It's like, how'd you get in here?
Yeah, no, like
I have a visitor's badge. I checked in with the office first.
Yeah. The key is you got to I sneak in with the metalheads after lunch when they're done with their cigarettes. That's how I get in the building.
I think you're living in the 90s still, because I'm pretty sure high schoolers now, they're not smoking, but they're not smoking cigarettes. They're vaping probably.
They're vaping. Some of them are still smoking. Like the trad life metalheads.
Oh, thank you, Drew, for the $2. I approve of the Bunnies Gatorade decision. Oh yeah, let's start the show. Billionaire Podcast Network. We're 20 minutes in. Let's start the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I made a thumbnail. Well, I asked Google's the Nano Banana 2 in Google to make a thumbnail for me, and I entered the prompt: chubby Easter bunny drinking a pastel blue Gatorade, and it actually made a pretty sick thumbnail. So I'm not entirely against AI, and that's what Drew's talking about. There is little bunnies drinking a little Gatorade.
Oh, I didn't. I did see it really briefly. What I don't like about YouTube, right, is like you can see the thumbnail from like afar.
Yeah, but you can't. There's no way to actually click on it.
Yeah, and so like when you click on it or go to the video and go to the very beginning, it just shows you the first screen.
Yeah, there's no way to actually pull up the thumbnail. It just only exists like in that little, like on the channel, little thing there. That's also frustrating for me too, because like sometimes I like want to do this. What I have to do, like sometimes I want to share the full like episode description with the thumbnail.
Yeah,
like if you click on the video and you can pull up the whole description, I want to like take a screenshot of that and share it as like to promote it. But there's no way to actually get it to pull up the thumbnail. It just plays the video.
Yeah.
So I actually will sometimes like take a screenshot of that and then just like I have this little thing in some photo editing thing on my phone. I'll go in and just like superimpose the thumbnail where I want it to be, that YouTube won't put it, so that I can then share that image of like the thumbnail.
You should have done. I was just thinking because you're white Latino.
Mm-hmm.
You should have put the bad bunny. You could have bad bunny. Yeah, you had bad bunny with ears on it for Easter. I think it came out good. I did see it. I did do. I can pull it up for everybody. I did Dave wrong the stinker today.
Oh yeah, it's me, the golden chocobo.
Yeah, I'll put them in the images below if you want to pull them up.
Dolphin Pruitt, and it's Saturday, so you know what that means. We got with me Dave Wrong the Stinker. Opa! Whoa!
Opa!
I get it now. When I saw this, I was like, "That's funny. He's a skunk," and I didn't realize that you were doing a stinker. That's like.
Yeah. Dave, right?
I thought you were doing like a Pepe Le Pew because you'd be scared of those.
That could be it too. That could be it. Well, somebody had posted that funny pig that has like the crew cut.
The Wigger pig, yeah.
Yeah, and I thought
that's Drew Montana.
I thought it would be funny to take that pig and put it in your stand-up thing. That's how it started. And then I was like, well, if I'm doing him, I might as well do me as a skunk for the stinker. And then I'll try to put these into a thumbnail. But I didn't like the thumbnail that it created. So I was like, screw it. I don't want to make this. We'll make something better. I actually am. I did a lot of art. People don't realize that I am a creative person. They think that I'm not. It's just that mine comes out in business ideas and stuff. But I really did like the creativity of the thumbnails that you were handwriting on notebook paper.
Oh yeah,
I thought those are the coolest ones. Like kind of like punk / like pragmatic edge, and just like you know what I mean, how the paper like curled up, how it was ripped out or whatever. I think that made for like a good.
You know what? I should keep doing that. I mean, I think people like as much as AI has its shooters, as much as there's like people who love AI or they love like polished things and things that are like you know, I don't know, just stuff that's like really well done or produced, you know. There's also people who appreciate just like minimalism or you know, stuff, anything that's like rough around the edges. Because I've been doing these I've been trying something. Because like there's people who reach out to me all the time and say I need to do more throughout the week, and I guess it's true. Like if I'm going to be a content creator, I gotta really put in the work. And so, you know, I do. I guess I should.
A lot of content though.
That is true. And so I could be, you know, I'll probably be. I need to do more streaming. But I've been doing these things because it's like a different headspace. You know, I do these things where I record. I just like do a recording myself alone. So I'm just like, I'm able to really get lost in thought.
Yeah.
And, you know,
like
just talking to the, and it's like a recording. And then like, I'll just take that and combine it with, make it into like a video file where it's just like I'll take like a shitty selfie and make that the picture for it.
I saw them. I was mentioning to you before the show, I've been just like kind of not watching a lot of content recently and listening to classical music. So I did see the stuff that you did when you were away, but I just haven't had an inkling to listen to podcasts recently.
That's fine. I mean, you don't have, you know.
No, I usually.
My point is,
I used to watch your stuff because I like I still do, but like I used to listen to all the episodes before I was on the show, and ever since I've been, I watch Arena Ideas and that stuff. Those two I haven't listened to is what I was.
Well, I did two this week, and you know, they're not knocking down thousands, hundreds of thousands of millions of views or nothing.
Yeah.
Well, they're getting like a few hundred, you know, so it's like people do seem to respond to them. They do like them, and they are just like really lo-fi, like real minimal. But I mean, that's things like even lo-fi nowadays. That's what always kind of like baffles me about the amount of production people try to put in everything. Because just like the most basic fucking shit now is better than anything was like 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Just like, dude, I just used like the voice memo thing on my iPhone, and it sent like the audio quality is better than the finest AM radio studio from when I was a kid.
Yeah, we're spoiled.
Yeah, so it's like this whole shit where everybody be trying to like have a lot of production behind their shit. I think it's actually starting to like lose people's attention, or people are you know, it's not as
100%
in demand, because there's like a lot of YouTubers are starting to kind of wind down, like they're like,
and streamers.
Yeah, they're starting to just like either quit or slow down, like they're not putting out as much. And it might be because they actually fucking suck. And their whole business model for the last several years has been like, you know, there's a lot of production in what they do, but they don't have good personalities, or they're not good at like, you know, actually creating stuff that people would want to watch.
What I think it is they were the AI slop, but now we have AI slop.
Yeah.
So like, people that aren't putting out slop have less competition. The people that were just putting out slop have to compete with other slop now, and they can just spit out so much AI slop that they're losing viewers to
Because
that.
that was the thing that always like bugged me about YouTubers, or just like that whole wave of people that does stuff. Is I just always found their personalities to be so grating, just like really obnoxious people who didn't seem to know how to like connect with like humanity in any way. And it seems like now that you might be right, now there's like actual AI that is just soulless and it creates like the same quality of content as they do, that those people are now have been I don't know, either rendered obsolete or exposed as like, dude, because I mean, you look at Mr. Beast, like even he's starting to get less views, and it's like, I guess what we've come to find is that there are humans on this earth that possess as much soul as AI. There's AI people.
I've been getting into the analytics aspect of stuff, and I was over on TikTok and I hated it, but they monetize you pretty quickly, so you can start making money if you kind of like jump into their programs. And so when you get on there, it's mind numbing when you go through, because everybody's like, you're using Claude all wrong. Here's 5 steps that you need to do. Yeah. Number 1. And then the next person's doing the same exact hook, the same. And so you're like, this is so like, I hate this. So that's the beginning.
Oh, dude, there's one I see on my algorithm all the time that's like, there's so many different versions of this where it's somebody going, XRP is about to explode.
Yeah. So you do need a hook, right? But your hook can be very authentic. So I finally got my TikTok algorithm where it's people like me now, and I'm starting to get some traction and views on there, because you do need a hook. So basically they're scrolling and you need to tell them what you're about to talk about. So you can just say, hey, I'm about to talk Amazon Flex. If you want to, whatever, hold on a second. And then they stop, and then you give your spiel. But I do like almost no editing. I do captions, no music, nothing fancy or whatever. I just talk honestly. I don't do a special voice or whatever. And I'm attracting other people like that. So I think if you went on there and just like, if you didn't want to make a 1 hour stuff all the time, if you went on there and you can only do up to 10 minutes at a thing, and you just did 10-minute little talks to clear your mind, you would get a following on there pretty quick with authenticity.
I don't know. I TikTok is I don't even like
it.
It's
the number one funnel. So what I would suggest is creating a link tree and putting wherever you want people to go, which would probably be the Patreon.
I might have to create a new account, because I do post to TikTok a lot, like clips from this and everything else. And I still only have 4 followers, and everything, like, if it gets any views, it hits a wall around 100. So it's like I can see where they start to allow any views at all. Though I can see where they start to throttle it.
So that's the first test. So what happens is there is a couple tricks you have to do. So like if whatever you're going to talk about in those 10 minutes has to be programmed into the algorithm. So say you were like, I was just thinking about my walk with my walking stick. You would have to figure out what content that would create, and you can just go in and be like, walking to lose weight or whatever. So you would say, hey guys, I just had a quick story about walking to lose weight I wanted to tell you. So that would be your hook. Then you can do your normal story, and you just kind of want to say walking to lose weight a couple times throughout for the captions in your story. So it's a little bit not authentic that way. And then when you make your description, you have to just say whatever that was, and then put 3 hashtags that say like walking to lose weight or just walking to clear my mind or whatever, so that it's in the hashtags, the description, a couple times in the captions. And then after that 100, it gets thrown into 300 and then into 500. And at 500, it'll go from saying find content like this, and then it would turn into like walking for relaxation. And then anybody that searches walking relaxation will get that thrown in their For You page. And that's when you shoot up to like 6,000 views.
Right.
Anyways. So
I miss when it was Chinese, dude.
But my whole thing is it's the number one media funnel. So if you put like your Patreon and a link tree up top, or this YouTube channel up top, anybody that saw you that liked you on TikTok from those videos would go to your profile, click on that, and then be funneled to wherever you want to send them. I'm sending them to like digital products. You could send them to the Patreon, or you could send them to the YouTube channel. Because there's the number one person on there right now has 160 million TikTok followers and makes like 100K a month.
Who is it?
D'Amelio again. Should just be. It was that African. It's the dance girl. Remember her and her sister from when it first started from Connecticut, the D'Amelio twins.
No.
Well,
hey, we got $5 from Drew Huntley. Can Dalton do the analog version of the Chocobo song? I like it more.
It used to be.
Oh, we got $2 from Seaver Kleber for the Way Pool picking out bagel bites. Loved it. That's from
that African guy that's like was popular in a couple things. He just does like reaction
videos.
Yeah,
they said that there was something that came
out.
He
was number one on TikTok for a while, but he kind of fell off after his brand deal, and now
he sold his likeness for like $9 billion or something.
Yeah, something crazy. So he hasn't been making as much content because he just got a big payday. So Charlie D'Amelio's sister or whatever has just passed them. I have a feed set up because I'm trying to learn about the different algorithms so you and me can like make money.
It sounds like a fucking full-time job, dude.
No, I kind of get. I just wanted to know the gist, and you can get traction without playing the game. I was just trying to figure out like how the algorithm works.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work.
I still don't know how YouTube works. It seems like
YouTube, man. Actually, YouTube is much more friendly, I suppose, because like I've been posting clips to YouTube Shorts. They're much more agreeable, or the algorithm like will grab more of them because it's like, nothing's like blowing up like crazy, but I'm getting more views. Folks, we're talking the algorithm.
Dude, I just keep posting because what'll happen is, and I see this a lot from a lot of creators that I've been watching, is they say they just kept posting constantly, and then one day you just wake up and your whole life has changed.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You get drunk one night on the streets of New Orleans, and you say
it's the permanent underclass.
And we'll be launching a meme coin, dude, and we'll rug it, and dude, we'll be rich.
Oh no, everything's dead right now. I wouldn't fucking do anything in any market right now. Just hoard gold and wait for the storm to clear, because it's all this whole.
Oh, we're definitely going into a recession, and it's sad. I feel really bad for millennials. You guys are going to get completely fucked.
I'm already fucked. I mean, who cares?
Gen Z might have a chance because if the recession really hits hard and it crashes all the prices or whatever, they might get a chance at some realistic whatever. But people are filing bankruptcy and foreclosure at like really high rates right now, which does fix the economy because all that money that was going to the banks and interest can actually go back into the community to buy stuff instead of to the banks. But it doesn't help them like get stuff. And like millennials just kind of got caught in the fucking crunch of when they were born.
In the crossfire.
Or it seems like that,
I mean, who knows? I mean, it does seem like we're living through strange times, as Joe Rogan once said.
I think Joe's kind of getting a bad, like, not to defend Joe, but like people are like using him in that Theo clip to like get like they're using it to like dunk on him so they can get views, when I don't even believe that they're just like mini grifting off of this current thing that Joe said, making it sound like he's part of the CIA. And then he forgot where he was when Charlie Kirk died. And like, I remember Charlie dying very vividly and seeing the stuff on Twitter, and it really affected me and a lot of my people that I know and friends. But I don't remember where I was when it happened. And people are all like, how does he not remember where he was? And he's like, he's so freaking active. The dude's like flying around, hunting, like riding Teslas.
He's flying around, driving Teslas.
No, I mean, like he's all over the place.
I mean, they just look goofy. Both of those guys look goofy. At least in those clips I saw, they just look ridiculous because they were two of the more like noteworthy or prominent figures who, not too long ago, pretty recently, were like buddying up with Trump and sitting there laughing with him, talking to him, shaking his hand. Who really had ingratiated themselves to him, and then he does exactly what all of us suspected was going to happen.
Yeah,
those of us who were remember when he was first president, and also just
I just remember every president ever and every politician.
Not just any president, but also given his also the last 40 or 50 years of his existence in the media as being like a con man and then being the guy and then a game show host. I just feel like there's a lot of indicators over the past several years, including when he was first president, that suggested that if he gets elected again, it might not go well. Yeah. But so I remember that, and then I remember when Rogan and Theo Vaughn were chummy with him.
Here's one thing I will say. Theo, and I'm not sure about Theo, he might be doing like a Norm Macdonald thing, but not to the same extent, where he's playing dumb, but he's smarter than he is. But when I watched his interview with Trump, he really did just seem like an idiot dolt trying to ask questions. And he did the same thing with Bernie. Rogan, on the other hand, does seem a little bit more calculated in but
they're both talking about this like they're like hapless goofs and they got duped or that there's been some betrayal. But I'm like, oh, I don't know. You guys are kind of culpable in this. This is the world that you helped shape, and so I don't know. That's my that's where I look at that, and that's my criticism is okay, I don't really know if you get to be excused from this just because you're fucking stupid.
Yeah. Well, there used to be a Carlin joke where people would say, well, if you didn't vote, then you can't, you don't have a say. And his response is similar to my response is no, if you didn't vote, you're the only person that gets a say, because people that are being part of this system are perpetuating it. And I mean, I know you and me feel different about this. Yes, of course, things would be different if a different person won and everything. But I just don't think the system doesn't change. It's still a violent system of theft and war and violence and stealing and all this stuff. And to believe any politician on any side, this is Joe Rogan's a moron, and so are Theo, and they're bad at comedy and they're good at podcasting. So Dave Smith, and I brought this up last week so much that it actually came up and said he was one of the people mentioned in our show underneath the show notes that YouTube put. I expected more from him because he should know that politicians are lying crooks and that you shouldn't believe what they're saying at any point. And even if they're not, they're still part of a corrupt system. It's like talking to a mafia guy and being like, oh, he's not that bad. And then somebody's like, well, he's part of the mafia. Yeah, but I talked to him. He's pretty cool. He's like, yeah, he didn't kill you, but he's still trying to be part of the mafia, which does kill and use violence and steal. So the fact that somebody like Dave and Clint Russell or whatever were supporting Trump, even if they say they were doing it because they were trying to prop up the lesser of two evils,
it's important to own the libs at any cost.
Yeah, that's what it's like. And
you got to own these lefty with their pronouns and their purple hair. And we got to spank their little bottoms.
Yeah,
no matter what, even if it means the complete devastation of the global economy. There's nothing tastier than a big old cup of liberal tears.
So here's the thing. I don't think that Kamala could have fixed the economy because Trump pumping out those checks during COVID, that hyperinflation had to hit. And it was starting to hit during Biden.
Wasn't that much money, though. I feel like there's probably something else.
Well, they were giving out $600 checks. They were giving out $600 checks to everybody in the United States weekly. Plus, everybody was scamming the system. So they were like, my business is failing. Give me this. This needs pay. People that didn't even have businesses were getting COVID checks. They were just writing checks. People that didn't even die they were doing false death certificates to get $30K per death victim in hospitals. They were sending money out for that. And they just turned the printing press on. So the Fed was going up like this, but when it gets to COVID, it goes up like this. So it's like it was already printing money and inflation like crazy, and then it gets to COVID and it went straight up. And that money went straight from, they printed it. The taxpayers kind of got it, but they only let corporations stay open. They didn't let mom and pop stay open.
I'm frozen.
People took that money and they gave it right back to the billionaires. It was the biggest wealth transfer in history. So they turned the printing presses on. They gave it to people. They banned you from giving it to anybody but billionaire corporations. So like you could only spend it at Whole Foods and Walmart or give it to Pfizer.
We're going to need the government to give us money pretty soon.
The government can't give you money. They can only
AI is going to
steal money from you.
No, because AI is going to replace all the jobs, and so there needs to be some sort of welfare safety net for when that is like the necessity for human labor is gone. If there's no need for human labor, and then there's no jobs for people to work to make money, but everybody still needs money. You would need the only way for that to work without there being destruction, without people dying, is if you had if the government gave us money.
But they can't give you money. They can only take money from you. Like when they turned that printing press off.
No, they gave me a check during COVID. That was
they gave you that check. They just gave you inflation. That's all they did. They took money from you by printing and said, we're going to keep some of it and give you a little piece of it. And then by the time you get it, it's going to be worth less. And then we're going to keep doing that. And now everything costs so much more because the buying power has gone down because they've stolen so much.
Because if they sent me a check every couple of weeks, the same as any job, then I'd be fine.
No, they would be stealing money from you because they're
giving me money. They're sending me a check.
They're taking money from you through inflation. They don't make of anything. They don't generate anything.
Well, the check clears. The check cleared. So if they kept doing that, then everybody'd be fine.
Okay. I know you're joking around and I'm supposed to yes and you, but
I'm just saying that so what what's going to happen is the government's going to let AI go completely unregulated.
The best case scenario is Trump grew some balls and defaulted on all the money that they owe China and just said, we're not paying anybody. We don't have an A+ credit report anymore. We can't go to war because no one will sell us anything anymore. We're going to wipe all our debt out. And we're going to go back on the gold standard, but that'll never happen because they'll shoot Trump in the back of the head if he said anything like that.
All right. It's people are getting more and more. They're getting the rug is getting pulled out from everybody, and it's well, if you're gonna have a system where people still need money for stuff, but there's no way to make the money. There's no jobs for people to make the money.
I get it pragmatically. They can print money and they can you physically have it. But what they're doing is because there's this banking system and you're trapped within it, when they print that money, they're just taking money from you, which creates inflation. So they're basically taking money from you out of your account, taking some of it to distribute it to you. And then because they're circulating more, it's worth less. And then they give you some scraps, but really they've just stolen it from you by printing it. They've not given you anything.
I don't know if sending people a $600 check once 5 years ago.
They weren't though. They sent it out for months.
Ruined the American economy.
They were sending out
$600.
They were sending $600 a week for months. They sent one $1,200 check. They sent a couple of STEMI checks, which was like all
I ever got was one $1,200 check and then one $600 check.
Okay, so you didn't apply for what everybody that was living around me in Providence at the time that was buying flat screen TVs were. They applied for some sort of unemployment COVID check. And because this is how I found out. I was running around trying to get a job delivering groceries and doing whatever. And I was like, no one's working. I'm like, I guess I didn't save enough money because I'm a moron. All these people saved their money like that. I was like, I wish people would have told me about saving better for a rainy day. I don't understand. I can barely make my rent because no one's hiring or whatever. I emptied all my savings, which at the time, trying to stay afloat. Then I talked to my neighbor. I was like, how are you guys staying alive? Are you doing like an online job or something? Did you get severance pay? Is your job still paying you? Like, oh no, we signed up for the $600 checks. Every week they send us each $600. So we're each making, so we're making $1,200 a week staying at home. Mm. And I was like, oh, how long has this been going on? And they were like 3 months. So like they gave them the flat checks, but then they were also paying people $600 a week or something crazy. So you should have got that, dude.
I don't know. I just don't know what the solution was. Everybody, there was like so many people who had like either they like their job, they lost their jobs, or the company they worked for went under, or whatever happened, and then there was also just there was a plague. So I don't know what the solution. It's also, I don't know. It's just like you still have this system in place where it's like, oh, you still have to you still need money to do stuff, to like go buy groceries, or there's still this monetary commerce system happening. So it's like, well then.
So I understand what you guys are saying, and I do feel for everybody that wants the government to give out, help, whatever. But having lived through all this, the reason you guys are so fucked right now is because this is what the boomers did. They kept asking for stuff that they never contributed to, which caused the hyperinflation, which raised the prices on everything, which put you guys in the situation. So if they do that again, they're fucking Gen Alpha, and fucking Gen Beta, Generation Beta, and Kappa, and Delta down the line, because that's how we got into this mess in the first place with basically World War II.
There's probably going to be some sort of like overhaul of just the way.
Well, that's what I say. They could default on the debt and start from scratch. Basically, do a government bankruptcy and tell everybody.
Like everything is, everything's changing so fast. It's like you're gonna need like, I don't know. This is what this guy says. This is the only thing I could think of that'll work as like a bandage in the short term. Is universal basic income. You would just need to have something in place that can, like, I don't know, protect people while we still figure out, like, so what are we going to do as far as like money goes, or are we even still going to do money?
So when Clinton was in office, he got lucky because, first of all, when Clinton was in office, the stuff that Clinton did would be considered Republican nowadays.
Sure.
But when he was in office, we had the e-commerce boom. And the e-commerce boom is similar to today, where people made all these businesses online, and then they didn't make anything. They had perceived valuation. Yeah, and then people pulled out all these loans, and it was going into the economy. And even though the government was spending and messing things up, the amount of taxes they were collecting from the e-commerce boom kind of fixed the economy in the debt. Now, we were still in debt, but when they balance the budget, all they're really saying is we've raised the budget up, and we owe a bunch more money. but we're still in debt, but we have enough to actually pay the interest and stuff on the debt we have. So we have these huge credit card bills that are coming in, and we have enough to actually pay them, but we're still in debt and we're still going downhill. So what might happen for us, if we're lucky, is AI will be the next e-commerce, where it can make stuff so efficient that it's producing value for the world, which generates income, that you can kind of take those resources and give it to people in a universal basic thing. Because like you would be able to redistribute food if you were able to set up a program where like AI was growing the food and you didn't have to like pay a ton for it because it was so efficient. So pragmatically, you guys are correct. Like they can print checks and
I believe these corporations are
borrowing credit from down the road.
I believe these corporations are going to redistribute resources.
Once they're just going to keep taking the money for themselves.
Once they take over the earth, they're definitely going to turn back around and go, okay, now we'll make sure that you're all taken care of.
Yeah. Yeah. So like it's just, you know, I can see the chat is like getting angry with me, or some of them are, but it's like the boomers, you're mad at the boomers, but now it's like, you know, I read this study this week. Basically, they tested people and they said, hey, if you borrowed your buddy's car and the windshield broke, should you pay your buddy for the windshield? And a huge portion of people were like, no. And then they said, well, if your buddy borrowed your car and broke the windshield, should he pay for the windshield? And they're like, yes. And they said, well, do you understand that's like a double standard? And the people literally couldn't figure it out. So all I'm saying is everybody hates the boomers, but now when it's their turn, they want to do the same thing the boomers did. They put them in trouble. So they're willing to fuck over Generation Alpha, but they didn't want the boomers fucking them over. And I don't really care for that. You know what I mean? That's my stance on it. It sucks that somebody around down the line has to suffer. But if not, it just becomes a repetitive thing where the next generation is getting fucked over by the previous generation. And I think we want to stop that abusive cycle.
Hey, pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
No, but I'm just saying, like, we as individuals can work together. There's abundance all over the place. Like when we have food dependency on the government, then it's like, oh, we're broke, I can't afford food. But if we had like community gardens and stuff, the government can't shut off the soil from having nutrients and can't shut off us sharing apples with one another.
They might be able to.
Or if we like, they'd have to come around and round us up with it and shoot us for sharing eggs with each other because we had chickens and stuff. Like the Bible talks about abundance and it's all around us. We've chosen to give our control of like food and resources and energy and community over to this other entity, and they've abused it, and we need to take that power back.
Oh, you're saying the scarcity is manufactured?
Yes.
You're gonna sound awfully communist there, Dave.
No, because communism is enforced. I'm talking about a voluntary system between individuals.
Oh no, people don't know. People fucking hate each other.
Well, they're also free to do that. You know what I mean? They're free association.
That's what would happen
as well. Yeah.
It'd be Mad Max, dude.
Well, they're already killing people with war right now. It's just the difference I wouldn't have to fund Mad Max. You know, it is Mad Max for people in Gaza right now and in Iran or Iran.
I'm just saying, like, if people were like left to their own devices, and it was just like, if in order for us to survive, or if the structure is such that the people needed to take care of each other or work together, I think we'd sooner just kill each other.
Maybe, but I don't know. Well, here's the other thing too. Like
that's like the sentiment I see a lot.
You could see that, and I'll tell you why, Dalton, because like it would be like prohibition, right? After when they ban alcohol, there's something that happens. There's a reaction. So since people have been so dependent on the government and being able to be mean and not being communicated and talking to one another, that if we just ended government abruptly tomorrow, you would have a bunch of people that would kill each other because they're so dependent on that system that they don't know how to communicate and negotiate with their fellow man. So there probably would be a big turmoil unless it ended organically, and so people could figure out the new strategy.
Let's keep the super chats coming. We got $5 from little goblin fella. Please do a spoken word version of "Kiss" by Prince.
I want to say to J Dini 42069. Capitalism is thermodynamics. So if you don't believe in capitalism, I don't know what to tell you, guy. Like, if you're looking at the socialism that we have today and thinking that's capitalism, it's not. Capitalism is just.
I don't think capitalism is thermodynamics is physics.
Capitalism is just that. It's calories in, calories out. So every day you need to spend capital, which is calories. And if you run out of capital, you perish. So when you use that capital, you're trying to get more capital by the end of the day in calories. And when people get good at it and they have extra calories, they convert those into an IOU so that they can trade it with other people so that they can better manufacture their time. Then along came a group of people that were like, what if we printed the value? And then we told them that was actually the calories and took control of it. And it's like, so that's not what capitalism is. That's socialism. Those people are completely different. There's calories in, calories out, which is capital in, capital out is capitalism, and it's as it roots. So
I don't know, that doesn't make sense.
What's not to make sense about it?
Oh, it just didn't. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
So, capital is a resource that you spend.
What is First off, what is thermodynamics?
So,
for reaction, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
So basically, when you're when you have calories in, calorie out aspect of thermodynamics, meaning like if you weigh 200 pounds and to keep that 200-pound system going takes 2,000 calories of material, then if you take in less than 2,000, that 200 pounds will reduce.
Hold on.
And
it looks like they add one. There's 3 laws of thermodynamics. The first law is the conservation of energy, which is that energy can change forms, but it's neither created nor destroyed. The second law is entropy of an isolated system always increases. And then the third law is entropy of a system approaches a constant as temperature approaches absolute zero. And then there's one even before the first law called the zeroth law. Is temperature. 2 systems in equilibrium with a third system are in thermal equilibrium with each other. So that's capitalism?
The calorie aspect of it is the transfer of like when you're the simplest way to explain this, because I know the chat's going to be going crazy because these are concepts they've never been propagandized with. It's just really basic. If you're eating a calorie is when you burn, they measure when you burn something, the amount of energy that gets put off, basically. So most of the foods that we have today, they've gone into a lab, they burnt a particular amount of it, and they figure out the energy, and that's the energy you're taking in when you eat it, right? Mm-hmm. And if you're in it, you can't take in 1,000 calories every day if you need 2,000 calories to break even and not expect to be losing mass, right? So if this was your business, right, and you need $2,000 a day to run your business, but you're taking in $1,000 a day, eventually that business will perish, right? So when we were born into the world and we were going out and we're trying to survive, obviously a baby starts with his parents, and the parents have a baby, and hopefully they get enough resources and food to get enough calories to give to the baby that has even the even amount of caloric intake that it survives or more.
I can feel it coming back again.
And all it is as people get better at collecting calories to stay alive and they have excess, rather than get fat by eating the extra calories, which is a bad way to store them,
calories,
they could get that stuff and trade it with other people because it's valuable. And then those people give them an IOU saying, oh, thank you, I'm going to use this in the future for a resource, right? It all boils down to the calories. And then if you get enough excess calories, people start doing other stuff to make the calorie storage even easier, like houses with closets in it and cars that get you places to get more calories quicker, and storage units and bank accounts. But it's all coming down to caloric intake and survival. That's the end of the road. It's creating a safety net. And some people make the caloric safety net so big that it's multi-generational, where their great-great-great-great-great-grandkids won't have to worry about collecting food. And some people have made, like on the other end, they're in so bad a shape that they're not even collecting enough calories for themselves to survive.
Delta U equals Q minus W.
Yeah.
Delta U is the change in internal energy.
You know what? I'm going to talk to the chat from now on instead of trying to explain this. I'll do this on a flash show. Yeah, you're retarded. Do you guys ever? Oh yeah, you guys drink sodas ever?
Who said? I didn't say anybody. I didn't say you were retarded.
No, I'm talking to the chat, man. Let's just chill, man. It's all family, dude. Let's drink sodas.
Why is everybody asking me to do spoken word renditions of stuff? I guess
words are dumb, man.
I guess I'll do it.
I'm talking about words, dude. They're the worst.
Because look at the $5 from Drew Huntley. Dalton, can you spoken word 6 feet under one bullet left? Maybe just the iced tea part. I don't even know what that is. I've never heard that. $2 from C4 Cleaver. Stabilize demand, not protect money's static value. Indeed.
Yeah, dude, stop using words.
$2 from Drew Huntley. Lightning crashes by live spoken word, please. Yeah, I guess I could. Well, we got $5 from Little Goblin Fella. The song "Kiss" by Prince, but spoken word.
Scotty MTL. It's not that. It's that people don't even ask questions or try to understand. They talk about
$2 from C4 Cleaver. Own a house before giving financial advice.
They sound like modern day boomers.
C4 Cleaver says own a house before giving finical advice. Finical is a portmanteau of financial and medicinal, I guess.
Word.
So it's I don't know. Well, I guess I'll do this with Little Goblin Fella. This is the first one. You don't have to be beautiful to turn me on. I just need your body, baby, from dusk till dawn.
Oh, Darren.
Don't hold on. I'm doing the thing you paid for this.
I gotta remind me to talk to Darren.
You don't need experience to turn me out. You just leave it all up to me. I'm going to show you what it's all about. You don't have to be rich to be my girl. You don't have to be cool to rule my world. Ain't no particular sign I'm more compatible with. I just want your extra time and your kiss. You got to not talk dirty, baby, if you want to impress me. You can't be too flirty, mama. I know how to undress me. I know. I mean, who doesn't know how to undress themselves? I want to be your fantasy. Maybe you could be mine. You just leave it all up to me. We could have a good time. You don't have to be rich to be my girl. You don't have to be cool to rule my world. Ain't no particular sign I'm more compatible with. I just want your extra time and your kiss. Everybody, I think I want to dance. You don't have to be rich to be my girl. You don't have to be cool to rule my world. Ain't no particular sign I'm more compatible with. I just want your extra time and your kiss. Kiss. Thank you. Bye-bye. That's the lyric.
So
listen to this.
Wait, before I forget, who is Darren Blanco?
Darren Bianco?
Yeah, 3827. He's in chat. Did you reach out to me on Instagram, Darren?
Darren, did you reach out to Dave on Instagram? You're supposed to get like a coupon.
This is good. This is good.
A coupon. Listen, hey,
okay, perfect. Somebody messaged me on Instagram, and I wasn't 100% sure that it was him.
Oh shit! This is cool.
Okay, perfect, cool. I'm glad
if you go to the store, you can buy the best merchandise in the internet. bpnmart.com. We got a new item.
And actually,
keychain is here.
You know what? I don't feel like giving it away. I have 2 more promo codes to give away, but the chat's being dumb tonight.
All right. Well, don't let them get you too worked up there. Listen, look at this. bpnmart.com. We got a new item. The Cornfed keychain is now available. $8. Clear background size, 2 inches by 1.52 inches. Please remove blue protective film from keychain when it arrives. This artwork was drawn up by a friend of the show, Chris Elliott, at art. Did he change his thing? It says art by Chris. I knew him as art_Chris.
I can't even see it. I gotta increase my screen here.
Either way, we got the keychain now. bpnmart.com. We got the YN Times shirts.
That's clearer now.
We got the YN Times shirts in black and white. We got the sticker pack. We got various stickers and mouse pads, keychain, magnet. We got this keychain. We still got these Crowder Boy shirts. It's the best merchandise in the internet for anything. BPN. That's B as in billionaire, P as in podcast, N as in network. bpnmart.com. Order today. And then the Patreon for this channel is patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. Dave, you have any plugs?
I was just gonna say Mike Harrington's tweet was funny this week about the VPN.
I saw that something called TBPN got bought by something, and I went looking. I was looking on the internet for several minutes.
Yeah,
I couldn't figure out what TBPN actually even stands for.
The Billionaire Podcast Network.
I guess so.
I think it had something to do with OpenAI, right? OpenAI.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
It's TBPN Technologies Daily Show. But I don't know what the actual. Here it is. Technology Business Programming Network. That's what it means.
And they got bought out by Sam Altman.
It got bought by OpenAI.
Yeah. So I will say, like, I'm very scared about OpenAI and what they're working on. And I mean, I've worked. been working with OpenAI for a while, and I deleted my account. I got rid of them because they've been getting progressively worse and worse, and they got to be giving a ton of people psychosis because you can literally upload science documentation or like definitions or whatever from actual resource stuff to ChatGPT and then ask it a question about it, and it will just tell you something completely different. So they're spending a lot of time basically trying to get ChatGPT to give you the answers they want you to give instead of teaching it to like process data and give you like a truth. And people are fleeing and quitting left and right, saying that the work environment is scary and they don't like it and they're worried about what they're trying to create. And they just signed on with the government and the FBI and everything.
The female body inspectors.
The female, hopefully. So I'm actually really scared that OpenAI is going to be like one of those groups. It's like, oh yeah, we'll automate the wars for you, so we don't have to lose American whatever, and we can go in and take all the oil with you with our AI systems, because they seem very scrupulous, like, or whatever it means to
OpenAI is scary, dude. That Sam Altman
not
guy,
have any scruples.
he looks like the devil. He looks so like unsettling. Like there's no light behind his eyes, and he's like it's like a demon or something.
Yeah, I don't hold it against them, but I do think, like, if you have a protocol like in a system, right? And every time you run that protocol, a certain type or a high percentage of a failed process is spit out on the other end.
Mm-hmm.
You need to stop running that protocol.
Is this thermodynamics?
No, and it seems like there's certain religions and certain books and certain lifestyles that people are raised in that when they're done, a large percentage of them end up like like sociopaths and narcissistic or whatever. They tend to be good with money, but that seems like a good for them, but bad for everybody around them type protocol that they're running. Let's just say,
right?
And like, so I worry about that.
Well, that's the prevalent like mentality of most people in this country is all I care about is getting mine. Fuck everybody else. I got mine. I'm just got me my little slice of the pie, and you can't have none. Stay away from my slice.
That's what really bothers me about TikTok is everybody's on there and they're like, I'm making fuck you money. I'm making fuck you money. If you want to make fuck you money, do this. It's all about money, money, money. But no one's saying like, let me teach you how to create some value so that people will pay you for it. It's literally all like it's all MLMs of like scams that people are teaching other people to do.
Yeah.
And
that's actually the future.
It's crazy.
That's how we survive in the the post AI landscape. Is we just try to sell each other different MLMs. It's just there's just this like, it's pyramids all the way down, and it just requires there to be somebody beneath you, at least, and eventually it gets down to like the biggest suckers. But as long as we can get somewhere, in that pyramid,
it's just crazy when you turn it on because like a lot of them are just scripted and they're repeating scripts. So that, it's funny whenever, like once in a while, like there'll be one that's really young and there's like a 12-year-old kid being like reading like an MLL script. And he's like, if you're not making $10,000 a month, you're a fool. Here's what I do. Go to this website, sign up for this. He's like 12 and he's repeating like a TikTok script with like a link in his bio or whatever. And so many of them are lying. And all it is they got to get a couple suckers a month to buy some $500 program that's in their link in their bio.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess there's enough suckers to do it. I don't know where people are getting the money.
Sales, dude. It's a numbers game. It's just like you're selling a product. You don't have to sell on you don't have to sell to everybody, but you just have to sell a little bit, just like a small percentage to cover all of your costs and then generate profit.
Yeah.
That was like when I've worked sales, it's like if you could hit just like 20 or 30% close, shit, man, you're rolling in it. So that's just the nature of sales is like you pitch to everybody.
Yeah.
And you'll get a few nibbles, you'll get some bites, you'll reel some in. And it's you're
I feel like you got to dumb this down a little, Dalton. I think you're going to go over the heads of a lot of the chat. If you could just bring it down a little bit. You're just too intelligent for the chat right now.
No, not me, dude.
Like they're not understanding. If you could just bring it down a little bit. I
have sustained the same brain rot as anybody now. So I'm like the dumbest person here. And even in the compared to the chat, I'm stupider than anybody in the chat also.
Well, I was thinking about it this week, how talented you and I are.
Mariska Hargitay.
The two of us are very talented, and we're probably going to end up at the top and making a lot of money from our broadcasting, capabilities. And then we can forget about most of these people in the chat.
Listen to this.
We'll become like Neil Brennan. What's his name? Kevin Brennan. You got to super chat $150.
Hey, KB ain't doing too bad, man. I tuned into one of his live streams the other day, and he he's no Kai Cenat, he's no Asmongold.
Yeah.
But for a guy who's like 70 or however old he is, he was getting like 444 live viewers, like people tuned in that moment. And I said, you know what? Do what?
People should like him. He's taking money from the boomers, dude.
Well, I saw that and I said, you know what? He's not like, ubiquitous. He's not like the most famous or successful guy, but this probably is covering his nut.
Yeah.
This is probably like paying his bills.
I heard he's making like, I don't know if he's still making it, but at one point I heard he was making like $250K, dude. Back when he was.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
99s. So you could probably get on there. Back when he sniped us, like 6 months ago or whatever, I reached out to a couple people, and if we were a little bit more ambitious, we could get paid to go on his show. He's like, as long as you don't mind sitting here and they're going to be mean to you, he's like, they're going to pay us a lot of money, and I'll give you some of it.
Wow.
Basically. So I was like, I dropped the ball. I actually got to reach back out to those people. I dropped the ball.
I would love to be in the Dabbleverse. But
we could get on. I don't know if we could get in the Dabbleverse, but I do think we could get on Kevin's show.
Well, listen to this.
I had a couple people mention it to me.
Listen to this. Lightning crashes, an old mother cries, her placenta falls to the floor. The angel opens her eyes. The confusion sets in before the doctor can even close the door. Lightning crashes, an old mother dies. Her intentions fall to the floor. The angel closes her eyes. The confusion that was hers belongs now to the baby down the hall. Baby down the hall. Baby down the hall. Oh, now feel it coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth again. I can feel it. Lightning crashes, a new mother cries, this moment she's been waiting for. The angel opens her eyes, pale blue colored iris, presents the circle, puts the glory out to hide. Oh, now feel it coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth again. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth again. I can feel it. I can feel it coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth again. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it coming back again. I can feel it like a rolling thunder chasing the wind. Amen.
Amen.
Oh man. Please do spoken word the world I know, $2. I might do that. You know what?
You set your price too low. I mean, I was getting I think we were getting $9.99 for a minute of keys jingling, dude.
That is true. Hey, listen.
Alton has an English degree, so if you're gonna get him to do more spoken word, we gotta get the price up. $2 isn't enough.
Yeah, listen to this though. So you were talking about thermodynamics, and to bring us back to what we were discussing earlier, the cesium standard, time. I think the government has trapped time in a bottle, and that's how we measure time. That might be because listen to this. The cesium standard is a primary frequency standard in which the photon absorption by transitions between two hyperfine ground states of cesium-133 atoms is used to control the output frequency. The first cesium clock was built by Louis Essen in 1955.
Louis J. Essence.
Louis J. Essen in 1955 at the National Physical Laboratory in the UK, and promoted worldwide by Gernot M.R. Winkler of the United States Naval Observatory. Cesium atomic clocks are one of the most accurate time and frequency standards and serve as the primary standard for the definition of the second in the International System of Units, or SI, the modern metric system. By definition, radiation produced by the transition between the two hyperfine ground states of cesium-133 in the absence of external influences such as the Earth's magnetic field has a frequency delta VCS of exactly 91926317770 hertz. That value was chosen so that the cesium second equaled to the limit of measuring ability in 1960 when it was adopted, the existing standard ephemeris second based on the Earth's orbit around the sun. Because no other measurement involving time had been as precise, the effect of the change was less than the experimental uncertainty of all existing measurements. While the second is the only base unit to be explicitly defined in terms of the cesium standard, the majority of SI units have definitions that mention either the second or other units defined using the second. Consequently, every base unit except the mole and every named derived unit except the coulomb, gray, sievert, radian, and steradian have values that are implicitly, at least partially, defined by the properties of the cesium-133 hyperfine transition radiation. And of these, all but the mole, the coulomb, and the dimensionless radian and steradian are implicitly defined by the general properties of electromagnetic radiation. So that's time.
I'm a visual learner. I need you to act that out for me so I can comprehend which is that ass song.
It's beautiful, man.
I think it's sad. I can't listen to stuff like that.
That's from is that Rain Dogs?
I got Kumia's thing up here, but I don't know what tweet he's talking about. Because he just tweeted 1 minute ago, and he tweeted 2 minutes ago, and he tweeted 9 minutes ago. So I'm assuming that he means because he did that tweet at 9:28. So I think it might be this one.
Kumia's third to last tweet.
I think it might be these people fighting each other at the Sky Zone in the Bronx.
Oh, well,
Colin is going to have to...
Pretty much what I thought it would be. Something like that.
The one at Chili's.
Oh, okay. I want my baby back. Dad of Brooklyn's 7-month-old shot in her stroller says, and oh my God. He posted with the Chili's baby back ribs commercial.
So I'm sorry that I'm laughing. I'm not laughing at Kumir. I'm laughing at...
I mean, that's on the New York Post.
The absurdity of this whole thing, like, and Twitter nowadays. It's like... I don't even know what to think anymore. You know?
He's racist, dude.
But it's crazy. Like, I don't even know, because like I did like so they want certain people on there like this because
he was a legend in radio.
He's got 308,000 followers, but it's like when I see something like that, I was like, what's the point?
He did a lot of great work in radio, and now he's a professional racist.
And the absurdity of it makes me laugh. So like, are people? But I don't think people are laughing at the absurdity of it. I think that there's got to be a group of people that are laughing at it like he is.
Well, I mean, knowing that it's Kumia and that it's in the Bronx, the story, and that it's a black family, like a black child was shot in a stroller. Given the context that it is Anthony Cumia, you know that he's like gleeful that a tragedy has befallen a black family, because he's racist, right?
Yeah,
So
that's
that presents it a different context rather than like I can see just the absurdity of a New York Post article that begins with "I want my baby back," but it's the protestations of a grieving or
so
did the baby die? Like,
just for the record, that's what I was laughing at. The fact that the New York Post is such like a rag that a child has been killed and they use a Chili's like commercial.
yeah, I know that Anthony Cumia has always been,
but Anthony's not posting that Chili's thing to be ironic or talk about like the New York Post doing that. He's actually doing it to be mean. But but it is funny to like poke fun at the New York Post dystopian using.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I read the words or hear the words, "I want my baby back," the first thing I think of is Chili's. Sure.
Yeah, but to me, it's funny that the New York Post used that as the.
I'm just saying
the thing, and then
it's in a different context because it's Cumia that he's also being racist, even though on its own it works as just it's absurd. It works as like an absurdity, but because it's Cumia, it's also racist because black people like ribs.
Oh, I didn't even think about it like that. Yeah. So actually,
and I know that Cumia
back. He's master of the craft that he is currently doing.
I know that Cumia,
because I was just thinking, like, as a vegan, I was just thinking, like, everybody likes ribs except for like me. I don't even eat ribs, but I was thinking, like, I wasn't thinking that they were like a racial food. I was like, everybody likes ribs.
Sure.
And I used to like ribs when I ate ribs.
I'm aware that Cumia has always been racist, but in the past, his like primary field of work, like his main job was radio as a shock jock. You know, he was a radio broadcaster. Was like his primary focus, his main job. Now I would say that he's a racist first. Is like his primary job now, and then anything else he does is secondary. Is ancillary to being a racist. He's like because he's even bragged about it that he posts all this racist shit on Twitter.
Yeah,
and then he'll post like the analytics and how much money he's getting paid to do it, and it is. I'm sure for him it's peanuts compared to what he was making on Opie and Anthony, but it's still like a sizable amount of money. Like for most people, it would be enough to cover your monthly expenses.
Well, what's crazy about that post is that post was made over an hour ago. He's got 308,000 followers, and it's only got like 52 likes and maybe 4 comments on it or whatever.
His analytics might have changed since I forget, it was a while back when he posted like how much he'd gotten paid.
Well, maybe he does volume. Maybe he does a large volume of racism.
It's quantity over quality, which is kind of the name of the game there. But yeah, I mean,
AVR, always be racist.
that's what fucking pisses me off about.
So I like the type of it where like I live in New Hampshire and I enjoy being around people that are similar to me. And then if I want to be around people that aren't similar to me, I go to those places. I kind of understand that type of what people would call racism. I don't think it's a racism thing, but I don't understand is seeing somebody that looks different than you and celebrating a tragedy, because that's not something that helps anybody. You know what I mean? It's not like a freedom of association thing. That's just being plain out hateful towards somebody who's different from you.
Right.
You know,
there's a difference between celebrating our differences through humor versus just laughing at black people and when bad things happen to them.
Yeah. It's no different than like I don't know because I don't follow him, but like when I'm assuming he considers himself Republican on the right, and even though I think Charlie Kirk was a moderate who sided with the Republicans mostly, I think that Cumia would be mad if people celebrated Charlie Kirk's death.
Sure.
And so it's funny that he's on here celebrating people's deaths and making, but again, we could give him the benefit of the doubt. Hal and Kenny Rogers brought this up because there is layers to it. It did make me laugh because I was laughing first at the New York Post being like, I want my baby back ribs, which is absurd that they put that in a death tweet about a child that's killed, that they put that slogan.
The New York Post is great at headlines.
Yeah, and
they know what they're doing.
You know what? I didn't know because I don't pay attention to media. I didn't realize that it's basically a tabloid. I put them similar to I thought they were New York Times'.
No, the New York Post is a rag, dude.
Yeah, like I thought they were the New York Times' competition up until about a year ago because I just don't pay attention to any of that stuff. So they're a rag. So they put that in there, which is funny. Then he puts the Chili's thing, which makes sense because I'm thinking Chili's. Then you brought to the next level. We because black people like ribs is a stereotype. I was like, it is kind of a magical thing when you look at all the pieces. If you can just step back and look at it like art,
sure.
In separate. I got a palate cleanser if you want to watch this because we listened to the sad song. We saw that sad tweet.
I got a palate. Not sad to me. Oh my god, it's a classic Tom Waits ballad.
That stuff makes me like sad.
It doesn't register as sad. Because it's a ballad, but
yeah, I don't know. I don't like when people are dwelling in it. You know what I mean? It makes me uncomfortable. I don't want to dwell in it. Look, I got a song for you here. I think you're really
got some super chats. $5 from Little Goblin Fella. If you have the time tonight, please do a spoken word rendition of Father and Son by Cat Stevens. If not, you can save it for next week. Thank you for the money. I'll cue that up. I might be able to do that. $5 from Drew Huntley. Can Dalton shout out thermodynamics of dog? They bellies be warm and shit. Well, yeah. Shout out the thermodynamics of dog and how they be having warm bellies.
Nice. I got a nice little 1 minute and 16-second song.
I saw this.
Yeah, you don't want to watch.
This is what the Democrats stole from you.
I didn't. They're all wearing blue hats. I didn't.
All the fucking third worlders need to go back so we can have this again because they took this thing that's currently happening from us.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought of it as like fun. Family music together.
No, but I saw so many of those like right-wing accounts being like, I would give anything to have this America back. And it's like, this is happening right now.
Yeah, this is already happening. This
go fucking move to Appalachia. You won't.
Yeah, this happens in New Hampshire. Like I see families do stuff like this, wholesome stuff like this all the time. When they post like the Christmas stuff, like this is what I can literally go down to the roundabout near my house during Christmas and they have a lit up tree and people walking around drinking hot chocolate outside every night and I can go hang out with my neighbors. So like,
yeah, but this
they didn't take anything away. It still exists.
This folk music kind of stuff, it is still around. It's celebrated by people and there's people keeping it alive and whatever. And then, all these like Gunther Eagleman and what's that, like a Matt Von Swole. Yep. See this and use it to continue to dispense their rhetoric of like we got to do mass deportations, but it's like, well, this is happening right now. And by the way, a lot of these regions, like a lot of these types of people, these like communities that are into this shit are probably more like left leaning, but they talk about it like it's for whatever reason they seem to not understand this is happening currently. And these people are still here. Like this this didn't go away, but it's just like, well, this is Appalachia. So it's a region that's been fucking decimated by Republican policy. Like
is this Appalachian?
I don't know. Maybe.
I didn't even really read. I just
you got this is the Matt Von Swole post. So
I didn't really read any of the content next to it. So this video was recorded 4/3 by the Biscuit Eaters, a bluegrass band in Surrey County, North Carolina, and they should be credited for their work.
Yeah, but if you scroll up, this is the Matt Von Swole post. Somewhere along the way, we decided this wasn't worth saving. I want my country back. Somebody community noted him to let him know. Well,
I don't know who this guy is
right fucking now, dude.
I don't follow this guy, so he's a former nuclear scientist for the U.S. Department of Energy, ex-photographer. Yeah. I just saw that that's a thing. I never really paid attention to, like, I'm going to listen to the music and make my own decision. So, but
I'm just saying
I didn't know this was I didn't know that this is so heavily politicized.
This wasn't this wasn't taken from us. It's still they're doing it currently.
All right. Well, I'd like to play it if you don't mind. Like, I
don't hear nothing.
You can't hear anything?
No.
I know why. Crap.
Here, I can pull it up.
I know what happened. Give me 1 second.
Here, I just gotta go to Matt Von.
No, it's gonna sound better. It's gonna sound better on the all right, hold on. I got it now. What the reason why is because when I shared the window, I didn't turn the sound button on. Okay, I got it now.
Let's try now.
You got it now, right?
All right, go ahead.
I can't play musical instruments at all. I've tried a couple times. I do play a 432 wooden Hertz flute, similar to Matt McCusker's. Not well, but when I see like young people like this that are good at instruments, it really amazes me because like at 50 and I can't do this, and they pick it up so easily when they're young.
Their minds are flexible and spongy.
When I grew up, we had a really good music class in Plainville, Massachusetts. We had these xylophones and glockenspiels and all different instruments, but I always had to play the glockenspiel and the xylophone, which is just like tapping these things with these sticks because I sucked at everything else.
Rising and it sure is a train, and I'm on my own journey home. I saw my money but a $2 bill, $2 bill, or $2 bill. I saw my money but a $2 bill, and I'm on my own journey home.
Mandolin.
So what is sad to me though nowadays, can you mind pulling that back up for a sec?
What?
How much of this do you think the father who filmed it at that angle has like orchestrated?
Oh, probably all of it, yeah.
Like he put these hats on them and he's like, oh, where you came, like put their country clothes on. They put the woods behind them. Like, I wonder if there's like a $2 million house, like the flip around, or if it's like a trailer.
I mean, he was probably the parents, the dad, mom, both maybe, who have orchestrated this. This is very like manufactured.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, I wonder if there's like a multi-million-dollar house that they live in, but they're filming it.
Yeah, these kids would rather be watching like AI generated cartoons on their iPads.
Yeah,
the parents have done what they should do, which is force them to play instruments and create content rather than just consume it.
Yeah.
So,
it would be nice to know. I like to believe that this is like they were all just wearing these clothes, hanging out in the yard, and it's like, grab your instruments, I want to film something. But I got a feeling that was
no. There's like audio equipment, so there's a microphone and everything. But yeah, it's it's just a shame that somewhere along the way,
4K views on that particular. I'm sure other people have stolen it and posted elsewhere.
It's a shame that somewhere along the way we decided that wasn't worth saving. That this country, we need to take back the country.
I'm to blame now because I'm on the other side. As I'm starting to learn, is like you can like he posted that with the expectation that that's going to generate discourse in the
probably just wants to get famous.
I wonder, here's another thing, like he didn't mention them, but Jacko Scott, who's in the comments here, pinned the album, and then he's underneath it with a link to their website. I wonder if they paid him to post that to get the attention. Then the community notes tells you who it is. Then the guy that's from the band, the father, put the album underneath it, and then he put their website to buy it. I wonder if that's actually paid advertisement, the whole thing.
I don't know. Maybe, probably.
Yeah.
Nothing as it seems. Trust no one.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're doing this to make money rather than pulling crypto scams. You know?
Yeah. Well, fortunately, all the liquidity is out of crypto now, so it's now the crypto scams is just like scammers scamming each other.
Yeah,
I don't think there's any retail interest, at least right now, in crypto, because everything's the only. In fact, it looks like the only market that's doing anything is oil, which you can kind of time based on just the week. You know, just that that you could see like when Trump is manipulating the oil markets.
Yeah.
Throughout the week, and it looks like usually it kind of winds down at the end of the week. Like come Friday when markets close, we've done it. We've achieved peace in the Middle East. Monday morning, we're raining fire and fury on the mountains of Iran, and they really, so that it looks like you get, because somebody was telling me that they've been trading perpetual futures through tokenized oil stuff. I guess like that kind of like that hyperliquid shit. Hyperliquid.
Yeah.
Just like trading perps, but with tokenized oil stocks, and they were telling me it's just like really easy to time that market because
somebody else is telling me that too, because when it opens and closes, and when all the predictions come in and out, based on the weekend and everything.
Dude, even who was it? So some official in Iran earlier, I think it was like earlier this week, posted something about how basically telling people how they can play the market based on what Trump says. So he's like, any truth or news you see come out about this, just know that that's them manipulating the market. So if it pumps, short it. If it dumps, go long.
Yeah.
And he was right. That's what happened is Trump comes out and says something, it pumps pre-market. When the market opens, you would short it then when it dumps, and then vice versa. So
the politics, and I know a lot of it's fake on Twitter, but there's a lot of real people on there too, because I'll click, like I posted a pretty neutral comment and somebody basically like told me to go kill myself, and I was like, oh, this must be bot, and I click on it and it's like some guy with like 8,000 followers. It's like, okay, but I like, no matter who the president is right now, like everybody's kind of got an idea that the war is bad and that the Gaza thing is bullshit and we're being lied into more wars. And this went on when I was in 16 is, it's been going on since I was 16, the earliest I can remember. And you go on and there's still people that aren't against the war. I understand why like these manipulative CEOs that are making billions of dollars want a war, because the government prints money and buys weapons from them.
I think anybody that's talking about like being in favor of this is either getting paid somehow or they're a complete fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's
one of those two things.
You go on there and it's like you can't possibly believe
both,
because like I've mentioned this before. So like I understand like in World War II how they kind of got tricked, right? And then in the Vietnam War, like my father ended up getting drafted and going over there for a couple of years, and they got treated like shit when they came back because everybody was so anti-war. But it was similar to like the ancient Greece where they were all gung-ho about the war, sent everybody over there. Then they hated the war, and then they hated the soldiers when they came back. But like nowadays, like I don't see how anybody could be in support of these current wars. Even like 9/11, I can see how people got caught up in supporting. I just don't see how people can get caught up supporting these.
With 9/11, at least there was an inciting incident. They took the effort to actually do a false flag event.
Yes,
to create the justification for it, but they didn't do that this time. So yeah, it is baffling that
like, why would we waste the time, energy, and money? Because we just can do whatever we want. They don't stop us.
Yeah, because the only argument I've seen, I don't even know, dude. I see so many people saying like this has to happen so that we can protect America from these violent savages or whatever. And the only argument I've seen is that at some point some group of people in Iran said death to America. And it's like, all right, well, but that's not an imminent threat. And they're probably not going to do anything. Like, I don't think that gives you like any sort of valid justification for going in there and doing this. It's they hate America.
I don't know what to do anymore. I went this past like month. I canceled all my credit cards, and I moved everything out of major banks into smaller banks, which I'm just going to deal with debit to pay everything. And so like I've removed myself from the banking institutions to the best of my ability so that I'm not giving them any sort of monthly fees or any sort of interest that can like support this. But like you still have to like be, you know what I mean? Like they're still going to collect taxes from you. They're still going to print money on your behalf and then tell you you owe it. So like, I mean, at this point, I've been looking to even move out of the country, and it's like, maybe I'll just move to a country that's somewhat peaceful, that's not like creating wars anymore. Because I just don't want to be like supporting even the economy here anymore of a country that, like, my fellow man around New Hampshire don't want the war, but it doesn't matter. There's this weird group of people that can just print money and go to war all the time, and then say, "Hey, you got to support it, or you're not a patriot." It's like none of us support it, and it's like
I don't think most of the military probably doesn't support it, but they don't have an option. Like they have to follow they have their march orders. So
yeah, like I said, like there is people that like there's got to be a better way. It's just getting out of control.
I'm sounding awfully communist again, talking about a better way. Come on.
No, these are all libertarian talk about. Even the word libertarians are neoliberals. We were called liberals, and then people came into the group and lied and changed things. So we had to leave the liberal group and join call it the libertarians. But libertarians are neoliberals. True liberals today aren't even liberal. I don't even know what they are, but they certainly aren't freedom and individuality and yeah. But neoclassicism is like fine with me, but like it's just voluntary. Like if we actually want to protect ourselves and we can do it voluntarily, that's fine. But if you have to steal or use violence to do it, then it's immoral. And everybody, I mean, so many people. I mean, even Theo Vaughn gets it, and it's like but somehow, like they still do it anyways. I think I know what's got to eventually happen, but we can't talk about it. What'd you say?
River of blood.
Yeah, we got to water the tree of liberty.
The blood of the bourgeoisie will fertilize the soil of the communist garden, or something like that.
Yeah.
I wonder what what is it about? Nobody likes to go to the hospital, you know. It's like the worst thing for pretty much everyone is to have to go to the hospital. It's like it's a place that people hate.
Yeah.
You know, have you ever been like enthusiastic about the hospital?
Not going in as a patient, but one time my friend got super high and I had to take him to the hospital because he thought he was dying. And I knew that there was this hot nurse working that night. So I was like, yeah, dude, I'll take you. But that's it. That's the only time I've ever been.
But more often than not, it's the hospital is this just miserable, horrible place that people don't want to have to inhabit.
Yeah, it's a necessity that you're happy that it exists. It's weird because it's one of those places you're happy it exists, but you're sad when you have to go there.
Yeah, it's neat, it's necessary.
Actually, a baby's a celebratory reason to go to the doctors. Having a child.
Yeah, it's hospitals are.
Oh, getting your penis turned into a vagina is an exciting, positive experience.
Sure, but I'm just saying, like hospitals are.
For the most part, it's filled with illness and germs and death.
Yeah, they're just places that are uncomfortable and hostile. It's a hostile hospital. It's just a place you don't want to really spend any time in. You don't want to go. You don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, they're effectively sterile, but literally germ filled.
Yeah, and yet something about the hospital. There is something about it that we want to visit it constantly through our TVs. We love to have the hospital at home.
Yeah, I love Doogie Howser. I think was the first hospital. Then I like Scrubs. I really like Scrubs.
There's so much hospital stuff.
I never watched ER.
There's ER. Grey's Anatomy just got renewed.
I didn't watch Grey's Anatomy.
I've never watched it, but Grey's Anatomy just got renewed for its 23rd season.
The one that I would like to watch is basically it's Doogie Howser meets House meets Sheldon Cooper. It's like an autistic young kid that's mean because he's autistic.
It's called The Good Doctor.
Okay, yeah, that one looks cool. That's right up my alley. I like that.
Yeah, I have watched that one. That one's good.
I like shows like that. Yeah.
Everybody loves The Pit right now. That's the one that's like I guess like the gritty realist hospital drama. I don't know. I only watched one episode of it. I saw the episode where
Animal Hospital with Bobby Lee. That was good.
Yeah, but it's something about the hospital environment. It fucking sucks in real life. It's like the worst place ever in real life. But we love being at the hospital at home on TV.
My father, and this is like a Gen X experience. Anytime the MASH theme song came on, I'd have to go to bed. But everybody loved MASH. That was a hospital show, right?
That's kind of that. You know what? I'll count that. That is kind of a hospital show.
I'm gonna pull up the 100 greatest hospital shows of all time.
I don't know. There's something about the hospital environment that really sparks creativity in people that write TV shows where they just come up with all this so much juicy drama just based on the idea of a hospital.
Yeah, when
it's like probably I'm curious to know like what it's actually like in a hospital. It's probably. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
I dated a couple of nurses, and I can tell you if it's anything like that, it's a lot of cheating going on because that's what happened to me.
But I mean, I just don't know. I didn't go to med school, so I've never like worked in a hospital.
Yeah,
but it's probably like any job or business or anything that's been like glamorized by TV, the reality is it's probably pretty fucking boring. It's like it's probably just a lot of waiting around, you know. It's probably like what close to what the reality is. But then I mean, it is the place where people do go for emergencies and illnesses and whatever. So I mean, they do be doing surgeries and shit.
I got the top 30 ranked hospital shows of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the chat is surprised I didn't go to med school. I honestly, when I first started college, I was wondering how to do it because I was majoring in like a science degree. I was majoring in biochemistry, and a lot of the people in those majors, in like STEM majors, especially like those like biology, chemistry, biochemistry, those kinds, people are taking those majoring in that because that gives you a good like foundation for med school. Technically, you can major in whatever you want and still go to med school. Like you can major in history because it's just to go to med school, you have to take that exam, the MCAT, to get in. So you can major in history and just on the side be studying for med school and still get in. But typically what people do is they will major in something that's relevant to what you're going to learn in med school.
Biology or something.
That would be either biology, chemistry, or biochemistry.
Yeah.
So I was a biochem major, and I remember like everybody in my classes, like most people in my classes, were like studying for the MCAT already. So freshmen were getting ready for a test they're not going to take for another like 4 years.
Drew Huntley probably already said this in the chat, but he'd be studying for the M-Dogs.
I might have passed that exam, the M-Dog, but I could. I
don't have chat up right now. Yeah.
I did think about it for a little bit. Like, is there a reality? Is there a possibility for me to be able to go to med school? Maybe if I hadn't been like so into drinking at the time, I probably could have hacked it. Probably like if I had been more disciplined and like understood better like what college was or like what just been more responsible, I probably could have just really put my nose to the grindstone and studied hard and passed all my classes and gone to med school.
I think what happens, a lot of it's like upbringing. By the time, looking back, I didn't realize at the time, but looking back, it's like there was so much turmoil going on at my house that I was just trying to survive, that there is no way that I could barely even, I was doing well in school and I could barely like keep it afloat. There was no way I was doing med school. And not that you can't be doing bad, but I do think there is certain people that are like, if you have a decent family structure and your family is like insulating you from like the hardships of the world and they're stable, so you feel stable, then you keep a lot of your energy. And I saw a lot of those types of people like get to the point where like, oh, I think I'm going to study for med school. I have the mental energy and fortitude, and my sleep hygiene's good. And
usually I'm Indian, I'm Chinese, and my parents are forcing me to do this. I don't have a choice.
But the rest of us are kind of like I don't know, maybe I'm just misinterpreting my life, but don't you kind of feel like part of the difficulty of you going to med school is the fact that you had no foundation set up by your parents to get there? I had like no guidance from anybody. I was just like floating in a sea, and then when it's done, they're like, "How come you didn't do any of this stuff?" You're like, literally, no one told me to. Like,
I don't know.
Stuff lend me a hand here.
I had and I still have great parents who wanted the best for me, and they made every effort to provide what I needed. But I mean, like any family, there was still just like there were the dysfunctions that come with any family, right? And it might be the case that I might have been grown up a little too soft. I don't know. But I mean, the one I guess like the one thing that I inherited that I brought with me to college was that my dad has always been like a bit of a drinker. Yeah. But it was never something I guess fortunately his drink. I mean, he then and now drinks himself stupid, but he never becomes like belligerent or violent. He's never. There's not the only horror stories I have are just like my dad gets really drunk and acts like a fucking idiot, but that's the worst of it. He doesn't do anything terrible,
violent, or stick his penis in the butt or anything.
No, but it's just, I did grow up in a household that was like where alcohol was very prevalent, you know, and in my mind as a teenager, like that's what I thought being an adult was. It was like, oh, when you're an adult, you just get to drink all the time. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
And so,
like, even normalizing that puts you in a situation that makes it more difficult for you to go to med school than somebody who's normalized like drinking tea, relaxing, playing classical music, and going to bed at like 8 o'clock because we all got to get up at 5 and
I mean, there wasn't
do whatever we got to do.
Yeah, I mean, my parents aren't like scholars, you know, they're very like working class people, and so there was like. I'm the first one to go to college. Like they had no notion of even what college is. And so, but when I get to college, it's the first time in my life I'm out on my own and I have to be the one that's responsible for everything in my life.
Yeah.
Which, you know, it's funny how even in a college environment, you're still pretty like, you know, coddled. You're still very protected. It's a very like, you know, insulated. You're still not like thrown to the wolves or anything. You're in college. It's like a privileged place.
Yeah, right? But don't you feel like there were certain people that had a calmer inner soul by the time they got there that had an easier time sitting down to study than other people?
I mean, yeah, sure.
Part of the fact that you were going to drink, like for me at least, part of the reason that I was drinking in my 20s and stuff, it was social lubrication to meet women and get out and party or whatever. But I was like avoiding all this stuff that I was taking for granted because I had no structure. So my whole life was just kind of like that. And I do think there was people that got to that situation and they were like, they didn't even think about drinking. They were just thinking about getting back. It was ingrained in them to go study because they're going to be like a doctor.
Yeah, I did. I think it's especially the kids whose parents like lorded over them. So typically, you know, you're talking like Indians, Chinese, Middle Eastern.
Yeah, there is some negative tiger mom type stuff.
But then you also have the kids who are having to like pay for everything themselves. Like they've gotten no financial aid outside of like federal student loans.
Yeah.
Those kids kind of, I think, understand the gravity of it where they take it more seriously.
Yeah.
But me, I did have to get a bit of a student loan, but then there was a lot of things that were paid for by the government just for other reasons. Because my dad's a veteran. So in the state of Texas, they cover your tuition.
Yeah.
So I guess I just didn't understand like the privilege that I had. I didn't understand what a gift it was to even be there, but also like how important it was and like the I didn't know how to be responsible, you know? So like having to like,
yeah, that's what I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying there's a particular path of life that you and me end up broadcasters on YouTube that other people aren't on that same trajectory, you know?
I mean, I started that path in college because I was in college and I guess I was like, I had gotten like really depressed. And because I just felt kind of like aimless, I guess, and I wasn't really making any friends, and so eventually I started going to open mics, and then that's what led me down this path. So I guess I did start in college, but as far as like actually like doing what I was supposed to do, like study hard and go to classes, I was like very distracted by a bunch of other things, and part of me does wish I could do that over again. The chat is wanting to like snoop into my fucking personal life.
I will say, like, I was sitting at a poker table talking to. So I just turned 51.
So this is so funny. Somebody in the chat wants to know how I afforded moving to New York. In New York, there's 9 million people in that city. Any of the stories you hear about like how expensive the city is or how it's impossible is kind of like those are people that are like trying to live very nice lives in New York. But given that there's 9 million people in there, it stands to reason that a lot of the people in New York are living like very, hard scrabble, skin of their teeth lives.
Move into a Chinese tenement.
Like if you're willing to drastically lower your standard of living, it's not that it doesn't take that much. Like
there's people that I know have like 4 or 5 roommates, and like it's just what it is.
Yeah, look. No, at no point in my life have I ever lived in a nice neighborhood or a nice place. So, and I'm fine with that. So it's like, yeah, it doesn't take that much.
I wanted to say something. I forget. Must not have been important.
I mean, I wish. Man, I don't know. I mean, I've.
Oh, I got this list up here. So Scrubs is number 26. So the internet voted on these, and there's 25 nurse shows above Scrubs that are better than that. And I can't imagine. I've never heard of these. So maybe you know some of these. A couple of them I do know as I've scrolled through. Have you ever heard of Brilliant Minds, Dalton?
I feel like I've heard of it.
That's number 25. Now, 24 I have heard of. I'm surprised you and me haven't said this one before. It's a soap opera that everybody knows of, and probably somebody in their family watched, which was General Hospital.
Oh, yeah. We watched some clips of that on Arena. I think back when it was the Crowder Boys, because Stephen A. Smith is on that show.
Nice. Well, it's new now, but it's been going for
it's been on forever, yeah.
Yeah. Now, I've never heard of this. Body of Proof.
I feel like I've heard of that.
How about St. Denis Medical?
That's new. That's like I've seen the commercials for it. That one's like a office style sitcom.
It's ranked higher than Scrubs, which is crazy to me. Now, Nip Tuck I have heard of. That's number 21.
Is this real? Somebody in the chat says, could you imagine having roommates as an adult? That's really insane. I mean, that's what the price of everything now. Most people have roommates. All right, Rockefeller.
He's reminding me of Nick Swartzen. He's like, you can come in, but you got to be quiet. You're going to wake up my roommates.
Yeah.
Boy. When he lives with his parents.
Lots of people have roommates.
I think
it's
actually smart. So next is Transplant. Never heard of this.
I've never heard of that.
Saving Hope, I feel like I've heard of, but I never watched that.
I don't know.
Diagnosis Murder. I have watched that. This I have heard. Obviously, you've heard of this, and you watched The Sopranos, and you watched Oz a little bit. Is Nurse Jackie?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Doogie Howser, as I mentioned earlier, crazy. That's number 16. How old is this? Private Practice, never heard of it. Chicago Hope, I have heard of, never watched it. Code Black with, it looks like, what's his face? The handsome guy from Parks and Rec is in that. Rob Lowe, never heard of it. The Night Shift, never heard of it. Number 11, I have St. Elsewhere.
Hey, I'm about to fucking ban whoever Pete Pan 8188 is. Shut your fucking mouth. Eat shit. Suck my dick. All right. What were you saying?
I was saying St. Elsewhere, you've probably heard of. That's number 11. I've never watched it, but I do remember that. It was
and he's banned. Go fuck your mother.
1980s, whatever. The Resident. Never heard of it.
Never heard of that.
This has got 640 upvotes. All right, we're getting towards the top now. The top 9 we should know. Grey's Anatomy. Heard of it. You mentioned it earlier. New Amsterdam. Not even in
I think I've heard of that.
Chicago Med. I feel like I should hear about this, but no, it's got a bunch of people in it I never heard of. The Good Doctor, which I would like to see that. That looks good. That's right up my alley.
Yeah, that's the autistic kid.
Oh, so I'm sorry. Number 5 is Scrubs. Number 26 must have been like the Return of Scrubs or something.
Oh, the reboot?
Yeah, let me go back.
Just because it just came back on.
Yeah, 26 was Scrubs, but they're older.
God damn, that guy fucking pisses me off. He needed to be banned. I think he does actually pay for the Patreon, but dude, I get so fucking sick of the way people think they're allowed to just talk to me. Mind your fucking manners.
Yeah, like the chat is going off on me earlier. I know that we get a lot of views, and that the chat does not represent the bunch of the.
You know what bothers me?
It's only a couple of people, but the way I look at it is, like, they're obsessed with me the whole time in chat. All they do is talk about me. They go to bed and they're just like, Dave. They can't get me off my mind. Haters are your biggest fans, Dalton. Like,
I suppose so, but you know what bugs me is the people who, like, I don't know, who criticize me for, like, who criticize. No, there's like a difference between constructive criticism and just being a dickhead. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the thing for me is, like, if you come, on Twitter, people are like, oh, Dave banned me. It's like, I couldn't tell the difference between you and a troll that's going to report me. Plenty of people on there, like Little Goblin Fellow, tell you, and they come on and they roast me and make fun of me, but they're funny and they're trying to be funny. And I retweet them and like them. It's the people that you're like, I can't tell if you're a crazy lunatic that's going to, like, report me and give my account trouble, or if you're trying to make a joke because you're so dumb. You know what I mean? Those people you just have to ban.
Yeah, and then he just posted about me on Twitter. He said, at Dalton Lee Pruitt, absolute pussy. You just got mad that people have jobs. And I'm responding, shut up, bitch.
Well, for me, like, when people, like, in the chat and they're like, I can tell who has some sort of, like, research under the belt. And then, like, people were like, oh, I don't like the government going to war, but the government means more money. And I went to government school and they told me that the government's good. And then you tell them something different and they just get triggered because they've been propagandized so heavily. So I don't take any offense to, like, the Mandy Moores of the world who are just, like, living within the thing. They're the type of person that does sign up to go to war because they don't know anything. You know what I mean? They're just so propagandized all the time that they just follow orders. They
like that word, propaganda.
They would be a Nazi. No, but it is like
they would be a Nazi. Come on.
Yeah, they would be a Nazi. They would follow orders and get right in line. And then when it was over, they'd be like, "Crazy, huh? Crazy what we did back there, huh?" But, like, the government said, so that's the thing. And anybody that said different doesn't know anything about, like, how a war runs, because that's what I learned in my class,
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that fucking motherfucker, he's come at me like that before, accusing me of having given up or that I'm not working enough or whatever.
Yeah.
And approach me with this, like, hoity-toity, holier than thou attitude. And it's like, bitch, I'm fucking here every, like, week after week, multiple times a week, doing what I'm.
Dalton gave me a really good compliment maybe 6 or 7 months ago on the Arena of Crowder Boys. He said, Dave's reliable.
Dave's reliable. Dave's a good guy. But I'm just saying, what's frustrating about it is like, okay, that's great. You have your job that you go to and you think you're better than me, whatever.
Yep.
Keep your fucking mouth shut and just enjoy the show. Because this is what I'm doing, and this is at least what I'm trying to be good at, while I figure out a bunch of other things, in the wake of my own, my whole life got upended at one point. I'm like trying to rebuild back from just a lot of things that happened. And it's, and so it's like it's like I'm putting so much of myself out there with all of this shit, and maybe I'm making myself too, like, available to people like that. It's like, get mad at me all you want for banning you, but it's like, I'm not gonna fucking sit here and just allow you to disrespect me like that. This is about respect.
Yeah, the way I look at it is, it's like before we were getting about 1,000 views. They've dipped a little bit since we took a 2-week break, but like those people tune in consistently every week, and there's no negative comments. They're not being mean to anybody. They're coming, they like the show, and it's continuing to grow. So the very few people that show up here that are mean are just lonely. They're obsessed with us, and like the haters are the people that show up every week and all they do is like chat at me all day are my biggest fans. They can't get enough of me.
Listen to this. This is
So
what you just
to them and Dalton. So with that guy that was being mean to you, he just loves you, and he wants to kiss you, and he's mad that you're not gay.
he wants to have gay sex with me. This is what he just said to me. He said to me just now, Patreon canceled. There goes another $5. And then I'm responding, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out.
I will say this to take his side, because I was thinking about this either
don't take his side.
Yesterday or in the morning. You and me need to have a little bit more confidence in the show, because what we do here, we're so good at what we do here, and we're so brilliant that I think we take it for granted that not everybody can do this, what we do here. We're such talented professionals.
That is true.
And so we have to have a little bit more confidence, because this is one of the greatest live shows on the internet. We constantly go like this. I've tuned into some other shows, and like, granted, they might get more views, and those guys are rich and they get hot chicks that are in their underwear and they do dating shows and stuff. But it's only because the algorithm is pushing that low slop. 2 people on here with different political ideologies showing that they can be buddies and friends and hang out and try to build something together. We have a community of quite a few really cool fans that come to all the different events that we're on and support us, and we're supporting each other. And what we're doing right now it was just, we're building something really great, and people show up because, they appreciate that. And I think that we don't need to be braggadocious, but we have to recognize that there's something here that we can grow.
This is one of the best shows on the internet. This is a good question. What if we super chat disrespect? That's fine. I bet the money balances it out. So if you want to give me money to say mean things, well, I'll take your money. But you don't get to just come in here and pop off at the mouth like that. I'll fuck your mother in her ass. That's what I'm going to do to that guy, Pete Pan, 81. What is his name? Pete Pan, 8188. I'm going to find out where his mom lives, and I'm going to fuck her in the ass.
Well, he might not be able to be in her ass, but he'll at least hurt her. The entry point will get hurt and sore. really widen that entry point up at least.
Drew says we miss Bible studies. Well, here, let me read a Bible verse.
Hold on. So
no, hold on. I'm going to read a Bible verse real quick. Numbers
number 5.
Hold on. Hold it. We'll save the top 5 hospital shows for after this.
All right.
I'm going to read a Bible verse real quick. This is Numbers 20, chapter 29. And in the 7th month, on the 1st day of the month, ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work. It is a day of blowing the trumpets unto you. And ye shall offer a burnt offering for a sweet savor unto the Lord, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals for a bullock, and 2/10 deals for a ram, and 1/10 deal for 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering to make an atonement for you. Beside the burnt offering of the month and his meat offering, and the daily burnt offering and his meat offering, and their drink offerings according unto their manner, for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord. So that's, amen.
Yeah.
We gotta, what that saying is like life is a matter of sacrifice. We all have to sacrifice something.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a bullock and a kid goat covered in flour and oil.
Yeah. So
sometimes it's avocado toast. You can't have it.
So you guys
can't have your latte and avocado toast no more because the houses are expensive.
So you guys are doing Western Easter this weekend, but I thought I could tell you a little bit about Eastern Easter, which is going to be.
Well, hold on. What's the top 5 hospital shows?
Well, I was just going to say one thing that you guys can learn after that prayer. It's just really quick. Do you guys say Christ is risen and then somebody responds to you, he is truly risen when you guys are in church for Easter?
Christ is risen?
Yeah. So the Greeks do, or the Eastern Orthodox, what we do is you say Christos anesti, and it just means Christ is risen. Christ is risen. Basically, Christos anesti, and then the response is Alastos anesti, which is he has risen indeed, I guess, or he is truly risen. It translates to. So it's a big thing. So if you know anybody that's Orthodox, Greek, or Russian, and you want to wish them Easter, you basically, when you walk up to them, if it's kind of like when people like Assalamu alaikum, assalam. But basically, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
It's it's a greeting for Easter where you're greeting everybody saying Christ is risen, he is truly risen, and it's Christos anesti, and then the response is Alastos anesti. And then what they do with the kids and some of the adults as fun is we dye these eggs red, and they're hard boiled, and you walk up to each other and you tap the eggs together, and one of the eggs will break and one of them will stay solid. And then you walk around and doing that. And then the winner, quote unquote, is the last person with an egg that's not broken with these red dyed eggs. And they usually get like a silver dollar or whatever, or something to like remember it by. Yeah. But anyways, so, all right. So number 5 is Scrubs. Do you want to try to guess the top 4?
The top 4?
Yeah.
Shit, man. Well, number 1's got to be ER. Is this how current is this list?
Like very current.
Because so I know in the top 4 it's going to be
February 2026.
So it's going to be ER, The Pit, Grey's Anatomy.
ER is 2. We already said Grey's Anatomy. So ER is 2. The Pit is 3. Scrubs with 5. So you need number 4 and number 1.
So I don't know.
Which ones haven't we mentioned?
House. Is the House got to be in there?
House is number 1.
Wow.
So I'll give you an idea. Number 4 is one that I've already mentioned earlier that I didn't mention in MASH. Yeah.
Wow. Hey, let's watch the theme song to Diagnosis Murder.
Okay. I like when TV was just like happy with being TV like that. You know what I mean? Like now they're like try to not be TV sometimes.
Oh yeah.
And that's what's kind of like the beauty of NCIS, Landman, the Sylvester Stallone one. I forget what it's called.
Well, who was that guy? Who's that guy? The black guy. I've seen him in a bunch of stuff. Sterling K. Brown. What's he been in?
jail?
Are we in the Kumia corner? He's on that show Paradise right now.
Yeah.
Hulu. He's on the show Paradise on Hulu, and he's been a bunch of stuff. But he posted something. He posted something recently just about like the structure of TV now, or the scheduling.
Oh, I know him. This guy's like traditionally handsome, dude.
Yeah, for a black guy, yeah. But he posted something about the way TV is scheduled now and the way it's structured, that back in the day when everything was like network, broadcast network TV and cable,
yeah,
that you were making the shows were a vehicle for selling ad time. So it was like there would be 22, 23, 24 episodes in a season, because that meant there was more ads.
Oh, I was thinking of Sterling K. Brown from Black Panther. That's not who you're talking about.
Sterling K. Brown is he's a black guy.
Yeah, from Black Panther.
I don't know. It's Chadwick Boseman. Was Sterling K. Brown in Black Panther?
What are you saying he's from?
I've seen him in a bunch of TV stuff. Was he in? He was not in Black Panther. No. Was he? He was. He played in Jobu.
Let me pull up his IB.
And he played the younger brother of T'Chaka.
Yeah. And I think
he was in Black Panther.
Yeah, he was in the Barbie movie too, maybe. Those are the two things I remember from recently. Maybe I'm imagining.
By the way, that guy did cancel his Arena of Ideas Patreon. So, folks, please subscribe to the Patreon for the Arena of Ideas, patreon.com/the Arena of Ideas.
So the other thing, I used to play poker, and people would do this wild stuff online, and I'm sitting there very, straight-laced playing poker, but like the other guys could be drunk doing cocaine off of hookers' inner thigh playing poker. And so like the chat, a lot of the chat's probably drunk doing drugs and miscellaneous things. So that guy's like in his own crazy world, dude. He's sitting in his whitey tighties in his lazy boy with stains all over it, yelling at his mom to bring him more, like, I'm watching Cornfed, Mom, bring me more, pizza rolls. And then he's like, then he goes in the bathroom and he like steals your pills or whatever. And then he comes out and he like yells at you, and he's like living this whole crazy other life. And we think that he's sitting like in a nice apartment, calm and cozy, trying to be an intellectual like us, but really he's a piece of trailer park.
I guess he's still watching, because he said he reported me to Patreon when I said I was going to fuck his mom in the ass. I wonder if that's credible to Patreon. I mean, I embrace whatever comes.
Yeah. I mean, they can't. I don't think that Patreon would kink shame you.
Yeah.
Unless there's some sort of right wing.
I'm fantasizing about fucking this guy's mom.
Wait, is Patreon some sort of right wing fascist platform now that you can't? They're gonna kink shame you about being attracted to gilfs, dude. You like anal gilf porn, and dude, that's
you ever see D. Williams?
There's nothing wrong with liking anal gilf porn.
You ever see that the porn star D. Williams? She's one of the few who's you know how like in porn stars when they turn like 24, they're now MILFs.
Oh, I thought when they turn 24 they commit suicide.
That too. Yeah. But no, you know how it's like they designate them MILFs with at like a pretty young age, So D. Williams is one of the ones who's like stayed in the business into her I think she's probably in her 50s by now. Yeah. But she's achieved GILF status. She is now the internet's GILF.
Yeah. I got a porn star story after this. Remind me.
But she's like this like short hair blonde lady with big ass titties.
Should I pull her up? What's her name?
Don't pull her up.
I'm not gonna pull her on screen so I know who she is.
D. Williams.
D. Williams?
D-E-E Williams.
She sounds like a black jazz singer.
She has big ass titties, bald pussy, big butt cheeks, cellulite in her thighs, and she's got this giant tattoo of a cross on her back, which makes me feel kind of guilty when I'm watching her.
This can't be her.
Get butt fucked from behind as I see that giant fucking cross undulating on her back, and it makes me feel kind of bad. But she's yeah.
Wait, is this D? Yeah. So, dude, her Instagram's kind of funny. Is she like a blonde lady with like
blonde short hair?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
gonna pull up her Instagram right now. It's kind of funny.
Anyway, I guess my point is like she is a sexy gilf, but I don't know how she might. I mean, if she's grandmother age for real,
is this
like
her? Put up the.
Is this her? Yeah, this is her. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, but if you come to this, you just think it's like somebody's grandmother. Like now, this sexy photo over there.
Yeah, you'll notice in that picture she has large breasts.
Yeah. So that was kind of whatever. But as I like scroll down, it's like, oh, this is just like somebody's grandma. Then there's like a like this with the thing. So I was like, oh, but then as you get further, she like posted a picture of like a kid's birthday party. So
yeah, no, we don't want to see that.
It's like, what's going on here? But I'm guessing that if you clicked on this link, it's got stuff to her.
Yeah, you don't click on that. And this could be like, because porn star, it's so rampant online that porn stars are the most like was like copied accounts. Like there's so many fake accounts for porn stars on Instagram and Twitter. This may not actually be her. This might be one of those like copycat accounts.
I think it might be. Oh, maybe not.
I don't know. Don't click. Don't we click on others. You might end up seeing one of her holes if you click on stuff.
Oh, this one says the real D. Williams.
See what I mean? Because that page you had.
Yeah, this is it. Because this has got 570K.
Yeah, because that page you had pulled up didn't have enough followers.
That was the first one that came up on.
Yeah,
I thought she just maybe fell off because she's old.
Yeah,
this is 500,000 followers.
This makes me think it's actually her because it's more porn centric.
No, this is definitely her. 500,000.
Much more emphasis on her giant titties and her butt cheeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has big, like undulous, hanging titties, big, heavy, hanging, dense breasts.
That's a funny photo right here.
Yeah,
that's a funny photo. Do you ever see somebody like on your timeline on Instagram, and like it's a boy and a girl that are like dating?
Oh, look at that one there. That one with her, that blonde girl with the bangs. Scroll up.
This one?
That one, that's her. That's her and Kinsey Reeves. That's Kinsey Reeves right there. She's what they call a spinner in the industry because
she looks like the
so tiny you could spin her around on a.
She looks like Dewey from Malcolm in the Middle.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't look like Dewey. Pussy is Dewey because she has a tight, wet pussy.
Okay. You ever see people on Instagram that post like us like laying in bed with their shirts off after they just had sex?
No. I don't.
What's going on? Oh, so I met this girl like.
Hold on! I didn't. Like D. Williams is a gilf that has anal sex. That's what. Yeah. So continue.
I met this woman. How many months? So it was last year. So it was over 4 months ago. If I had to guess, it was like 6 or 8 months ago, and we started talking, and we were going back and forth. And I had told her that I don't watch porn, and she said, "Oh, she does watch porn." And then she had said something about like, but she mostly watches like girl stuff. So I kind of like wasn't paying attention to the thing, and she had said her favorite porn star was Kia Jackson.
Kia Jackson.
Yeah, so I was like,
is that a sedan?
Yeah.
The Kia Jackson.
Very affordable, low income.
You could lease one for like $190 a month right now.
Yeah. It's a 6-seater.
You can lease a Kia Jackson, dude.
Kia Jackson, dude.
I think it's a better deal than buying one.
And so, they say you can put it on your LLC, dude.
Yeah.
You'll write it off. So she was like, does that bother you? And I was like, not really, I guess. Like, if you're into it, like, I kind of get it or whatever. And she's like, oh, I'm surprised because it used to bother my ex. And I was like, we and her hadn't been sexual or whatever. And I don't remember how it came up exactly. And I didn't think anything of it, but I'm just picturing Kia Jackson. And she kept bringing up Kia Jackson. So then I finally was like, what's going on? So I was like, let me look it up. So then I look it up, and Kia Jackson is not a female pornographer like I had thought she was talking about. It's a male pornographer. It's a male pornographer with a penis like this, with this, like the size of this bottle.
Oh, yeah.
So basically, she was telling me that her favorite porn star has a baby arm penis or whatever. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I was like, oh, that's cool. And she's like, wow, you're cool with that? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, most people aren't. So I don't know if she thought that maybe I had a giant penis and I wasn't like insecure about it, which is not the case. But when I finally looked it up, I was like, oh, this is like dangerous. Like, why would this would hurt somebody? Like, this guy can't have sex with anybody but porn stars. Because like I know that women like, penises of all sizes, and many of them like larger penises. But I don't think the average woman is excited when they run into a man that has a penis this big. I think
I'll never know,
and they don't enjoy it.
I'll never know for sure.
And maybe that's copium on my part, but I think that it's I understand now why. But like, if you heard the name Kia Jackson, your mind goes to that's a lady with boobs.
I'll never know what it's like to pull my drawers down and have a woman say, "Oh my God, it's so big."
Yeah.
I'll never know what that actually feels like. I could just kind of imagine it when I watch that happen in other stuff.
Well, like, it just was like one of those things where I looked it up and I was like, oh, it's a dude. And I saw like his headshot and his like the creepiness of it. And then she sent me some stuff and I was like, don't send that. I don't want that on my phone, but I also don't want to look at that in my brain.
Right.
And like, it almost got to a point where I felt like she was trying to humiliate me.
Maybe, probably.
Stuff. Yeah.
That's kind of like that's what women do, is they like engage in psychological warfare with you. And
yeah,
I think like every woman's like goal or like their preference is to get a guy to kill himself is kind of what every woman enjoys doing.
There's been a couple that have been successful.
Yeah. They're very good at it. They're very like efficient.
That woman went to jail that convinced the kid to kill himself through text messaging.
Yeah, they're very efficient at like saying things to guys that make guys want to hurt themselves.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Can just when I brought up Kia Jackson to you and we were making the car jokes and everything, but you were picturing a woman too, right?
Kia Jackson sounds like a woman's name.
I thought it might even be a black woman.
It sounds like a black woman's name, yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's a white dude.
It's a white man. Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, names can be deceiving.
Yeah. Well,
but like if you get if you're like a
deceptive on her end, because I tell her I don't watch the stuff, right? So then she names some, like, I don't know if it was obscure because I don't follow it, but she should know that it's obscure to me.
But like if you're like a hiring manager,
where she knows when you say that name that a person's assumption is that it's a black woman, or at least a woman. Not
right. You didn't vocalize that to her that you thought it was a black woman. You just thought y'all were both on the same page.
Well, she had said she mostly watched lesbian porn too. So there was a lot of manipulation as far as I'm concerned. Mm-hmm. She's claiming that it's like Three's Company miscommunication, like laugh. But no, like, I think she knew 100%. Like,
I mean, I'll tell you, look, if I was
in the well with this stuff,
if I was a hiring manager for a company, if it was like if they had tasked me with hiring screening new applicants and hiring them. If I get a resume that comes across my desk and the name on it is Kia Jackson, it's going right in the trash.
Yeah.
The same as all the ones
out that it's actually a white dude, and you're like, oh
yeah, I missed. Yeah, I'd be upset. Like I missed one.
Yeah, I missed one
because I thought I thought it was the same as all the other resumes with names.
I had this Anthony Cumia guy,
Jermaine Washington, and
yeah, I hired this Anthony Cumia guy, and he's brown.
Yeah. Jaquanda. I hate trying to think of black names because it's just so hacked to
just
come up
think
with
of anything that you would
like Jaquanda type names. Just
but like just think of things that need to get their ass in the house, dude.
Yeah,
like what do I got around my house?
Yeah,
yeah. I can't.
You get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just something like
Easter Spooktacular, get your ass.
Yeah, just somebody's name is like Vivacious Washington. It's like, all right.
We got to pull up some more videos of Jabarkis.
There's more videos of Jabarkis. By the way, I'm not racist.
Jabarkis has his own.
I would hire based on merit. I would read the resumes, and that's how I would determine who I would like to interview. And I guess maybe I wonder if hiring managers think I'm black, because they never call me back. They never call me.
I got another story for you about a boomer. Actually, this is a better story.
Do I have the same work experience as a black person?
Dude,
does my name sound black? Because every single time I send a resume anywhere, if they even respond, it's to let me know that while my qualifications are impressive, they have decided to move forward with other candidates.
Can I tell you that, like, I didn't know what you guys were up to trying to get jobs until, like, I went applying for jobs recently.
Oh, it's brutal, dude.
So I had Claude help me make my resume in Indeed, and then you can hook it up to Indeed. So then I started sending resumes through it. So you can like pump out a bunch of resumes and it'll match the keywords and everything. So I get a interview with this lady and I look like this, right? I didn't have the glasses on or whatever, but I put a dress shirt on, like not a dress shirt, but a nicer shirt on. But I have this, but I have the beard. I shaved my head, whatever. And the interview went well. She was super excited. She's like, we got to do a second interview and meet with everybody. Right? No problem. So that was it this past Tuesday or last Tuesday? It was last Tuesday. And when I meet in that, it's like a Google Teams or something. So, but it's like a Zoom call with multiple people. So it's me, her, another lady that's probably like a millennial like her, and then an old guy that's like 65.
It was a group interview?
Yeah, it was like with the team.
That's already a red flag.
Right after I'd already like passed for hers, but she pretty much made it like you've already kind of got this thing because you have so much experience. You just have to meet with these people next week. We're going to go over a couple things, and then they'll like you, and then we'll sign the paperwork, right? So I was like, oh, cool. So I went in really relaxed and, whatever. So we get into the thing and everybody's like kind of talking. It's kind of relaxed. They're asking me questions about like my Amazon and my buying agent stuff. And we're talking about like, all the stuff. And the old guy, the boomer guy, says to me, are you going to shave that beard for the job? And I laughed.
I don't know if that's unreasonable.
Right. So I laughed because I thought he was like, we were being playful. You know what I mean? And then he got serious and was like, well, this is a corporation. And he's like, it's kind of not, a great appearance, the beard. And I said, this is a remote at-home job, right? I'm not like,
oh, yeah, but
I'm like, I'm not shaving my beard. And like the two ladies there are like, is he serious? And he is serious. And then he starts giving me a talk about like respect in like office atmosphere. And so now I'm checked out. And I was like, okay, well, thank you very much. I'm just going to let myself go. I'm not interested in this job anymore. And but then he's like going back and forth with me. And now I kind of just want to hear him go and like see what's going on. But I was just like, I can't imagine that millennials are putting up with this. Like he's still like holding on to like he wants the control over me even at home in a remote office.
Oh yeah.
Like
no, millennials are happy to put up with it, but nobody is giving us jobs. Like I mean, honestly, it's like
well, they weren't giving me a job. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's basically saying like to be at home and be on the computer and send emails, I have to shave this.
Yeah, because probably what that is
in his mind, like you're supposed to be clean shaven, and if you're not, you're like a dirty hippie. Or what? I don't know what his mindset was.
Well, what it probably is,
that's insane.
First off, I mean, I don't know if it's I don't know if it's unreasonable to want you to be clean shaven. You know, it's a professional environment. But it also, even if it's remote, what it probably is like even in remote jobs, you'll have these like either through Microsoft Teams or whatever software they use, these like team meetings.
Yeah.
It could be every day you have a meeting and they want your camera on and they want you to look as, you know, presentable when the little square on their end when they look at it. So that probably is what he was thinking of, is like, well, we're going to have these team meetings every day that you're going to be on camera for, and we want you to not have a big beard for those.
Well, why even bring me into the interview then if I'm going to get...
Well, did your resume mention the beard?
I already had a Zoom interview with the ladies.
Oh, okay.
So they already saw me, and she was like, this is great. This is perfect. We want to move forward. And it seems like a good fit. You know what you're doing. We like the automation aspect to it because I told them I didn't hide the fact that I was getting into AI and everything. So like I went into this and it was like, I'm not meeting with customers or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not community facing, you know? So I was like, I'm like sitting at home at my house. Like you guys were probably in your pajamas when you were working. Like, so you're telling me I have to work at home remote me and you want me to like, I have to like dress up and clean shaven. Like I'm like in a cubicle. Like, you know, so I was like, okay, well, fuck this guy. Like I'm done. Like, you know what I mean? I don't even want your damn job.
Dave, I'll be honest with you, if you really needed a job, you would shave that beard.
Yes. But what I'm saying is there's no reason to, like, if I really needed to shave it, yes, you shave the beard. But what I'm saying is like, I think that a guy like that, it's not even just the beard, it's the control. So if I was clean shaven and I went in there, he would have found something else to be like, let's see if this guy wants to be subordinate. And it's like, it has nothing to do with my ability to do the job, is what I'm saying.
You should have told him you're gay.
Which is like, yeah. Like he's gonna believe somebody this manly is gay, Dalton.
Yeah, you should have been like, by the way, I'm gay. And if you had anything you to do homophobic.
Yeah, and I can't believe this. I thought this was an EOAE company.
Oh, we got $2 from C4.
I guess here is my point though of the whole thing is like I was qualified for this job. They knew I was qualified, but something that was superficial stopped them from doing it, which I think is outdated. So it's like when the millennials are coming in, they're coming in with no experience, right? And so like he won't take them because they don't have the experience, but the people that have the experience, he wants them to like also jump for the hoops. I can't imagine that he's going to be happy with anybody that they find.
Probably not. And they'll probably eliminate the position altogether in 6 months.
Like, it wasn't even an issue to them. They were just excited to talk about the ideas and stuff. So I was like, these boomers, like, honestly, at this point, I think the only solution is just time is on our side with them. I mean, I'm going to die soon too, but I'm not out here trying to destroy people's lives. You know what I mean?
We have a couple of super chats that came in. Folks, keep them coming, please. And also subscribe to Patreon. $2 from C4 Cleaver. The name cast system thing is a real thing. Oh yeah, I know that. I know for sure that because Sal told me he does that when he's hiring people. It's crazy that Sal, you know, you listen to Sal talk, you think, wow, what a guy.
Yeah.
He's actually like worked in his industry long enough that he's in a position of like authority. Like he's been promoted, he's worked up the ranks. So truly an inspiration, Sal is. $2 from C4 Cleaver again. Dave be acting like Samson with his hair. Yeah, your power is stored in the beard.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't pull the religious card on him, but I could pull a religious card probably quicker than I can pull a gay card on him. But I just think it's crazy that the boomers are still holding on to stuff that, like, even when I got office jobs, like prior to COVID, when I was in my 30s, they were lenient. It's crazy that there's still people like this far into the future. It would be like when I first grew up and we went to an office, I had to wear a suit and tie and stuff.
It is strange
but that now no longer exists. You don't wear a 3-piece suit anymore.
3-piece suit.
Yeah, like maybe if you're an attorney, but like, so things have become more casual. The fact that this guy is still they're not making it merit based. They're still like old school things that are holding them back from hiring. So it's like, okay, maybe you guys just aren't hiring. And I don't care that I didn't get the job. That's not about it. I was just surprised. I knew that people were being tough on you guys, but I thought it had to do with merit-based experience stuff. I didn't know like that these boomers were like even taking it to other extremes of like.
This is a good point.
Obviously, this is just one guy that I can't.
This is a good point that millennials are 40. So millennials also have a lot of experience. Millennials are not just like right out of college anymore.
That's true. There's a lot, but like, and some Gen X are the problem as well, like depending on what part you were born at, and like some early millennials feel closer to Gen X than they do to actual millennials, and all that stuff. I was just really surprised, like in today's job market, everybody tells you it's tough, and then you go out, and I got some interviews, and I wasn't interested in some of the jobs, but the fact that it's like, if I was in an office or I was in a sales position where I was going to talk to people face to face, I could see why like it would matter. But I'm just going to be home grinding away, doing the data stuff and the purchasing and talking to salespeople that I'm buying from. So they have to kiss my ass. So it was weird that considering I am public facing right now with the medical courier stuff, where I'm meeting patients and outpatients and stuff to do the treatments, and no one has even mentioned it one time to me about the beard.
$2 from Howling Kenny Rogers. Can you pull up at Criminal Simpson last tweet, please? I think I got it pulled up. I
also told this story today in Right Ideas, but I got chased down by an angry neighbor in his car when I was delivering Amazon packages on yesterday morning.
This is fun. Look at this. This is Easter. Happy Easter, everybody.
I don't tell
you some peeps.
Can you pull that back up? I don't understand that meme.
Cadbury cream eggs.
Can you explain?
You don't understand the meme?
No, can you explain that to me?
Well, it's a repurposing of the scene from The Simpsons where Moe throws Barney out of the bar at Moe's Tavern, and then Barney is just still in the bar behind them. And so it's God. This is I assume this is God or maybe Pontius Pilate, who I don't know who this is supposed to be here, but they're Good Friday. Jesus gets crucified. So in this metaphor, Barney getting thrown out of Moe's Tavern is the crucifixion of Jesus Christ.
Is that supposed to be God from the Sistine Chapel?
I think so. Yeah, okay. And then come Sunday. This is Good Friday, right? Yeah. So it was 3 days: Friday, Saturday, and then come Sunday, Jesus is back. So it's illustrating
that part. I understood
the crucifixion and the resurrection of Christ by way of.
Didn't know that this redheaded guy was supposed to be God.
It's Andy Malafarina.
Yeah. Actually, I talked to Andy So next week on the 11th, we're going to have the guys from Trash podcast on. And then I talked to Andy, and we got to get Andy back on the show. Andy's really funny. I think he's extremely underrated. He makes I really like his acting abilities in the jokes that he does for the stuff that he posts online are very good.
Yeah.
And so I wish them much success. I actually made a little meme for them tonight.
This is like the 4th time I've seen Robbie's third cousin do this joke. Dalton celebrated Food Friday. I did. Yesterday, I don't know if this is an Easter thing. I don't think it's an Easter thing. It's just what I had for dinner yesterday. But I had cooked a corned beef and got some Jewish rye bread and made Reuben sandwiches. Reuben Stuttards.
Let me find Andy's page for a second.
And then today, for lunch, I used that same Jewish rye bread and made tuna salad sandwiches.
So
Cape Cod kettle chips and a creamy horseradish on the side.
Speaking of,
to dip my chips in. Spicy.
Can we share this for a second? So Lemaire and Andy got to go to the Riot Comedy Festival, which is really nice. I'm actually kind of happy for them because that's pretty good. But I also had to make the Piet Comedy Festival.
Got him.
Got him.
I will say that
they are very funny.
Like the 3 fellows in this picture equals probably like the same weight as an SUV.
Yeah. Yeah.
These are very large men.
I don't have time to like listen to too much, but every time I do listen to Panties in the Mouth podcast with them and Nate, and they get into a good story, they do have good chemistry together. You can tell that they're friends.
Oh yeah, they're great guys.
Yeah. So I'm excited to get Andy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm also
congratulations for them to go to the Riot Comedy Festival.
That's good for them. I'm also a large man. I am overweight. But man, I just bug because it is nowadays hard to, it is like really difficult right now, at least, to even get an interview anywhere, you know? Yeah. And so I've been actually like really grateful that I have just like my own business stuff that I'm doing, just the stuff I'm doing, because it is generating like, you know, this doesn't feel like a job. This is a dream.
They say, do what you love and you never work a day in your life.
Exactly. But I'm saying like all of this is generating income for me, and it's like something I'm very grateful for. And it is like, I do put forth work toward all of this. Like I'm always, I show up here and I'm always thinking about like, what can I do to make this better? And I'm always, you know, I'm trying to like build something, and it takes time, you know? And it's like,
these guys don't pay attention.
There's nothing. Look, I'm just saying, there's nothing wrong with working like a job, like a W-2 9 to 5.
Well, that's how you guys can give us money.
Let's be real. There's no such thing as a 9 to 5 job. It's 8 to 5 with a 1 hour unpaid lunch break.
Yeah.
So you're actually there for 9 hours, and then
there's 1 hour that you got to get up at 6 o'clock, get ready, drive, and then you got to drive back.
And you're lucky. You're lucky if they schedule you for 8 to 5. Usually they're going to give you, if you're like new, they're going to give you some bullshit ass hours like 12 to 9, or just kill the whole fucking day. It's like by the time you get off work, it's over. And now your only options for like what to do with your time is either nightlife or go to fucking bed.
Yeah, I forgot earlier. So you guys, if you guys want to help us out over on the Right Ideas, because Brosif is out of, he's not out of work. He left his job to pursue 1099 work, and so him and me have been doing the podcast every Saturday. It's doing okay. We got about 100, up to about 100 views now. But he's got a link, and I got a link to all the stuff we do there. He's got an eBay store if you want to go over and check out. He's selling fine jewelry, clothing, vintage T-shirts, and stuff like that. He's got some cool stuff. A couple of people have bought some cool shirts from him. And if you guys are looking for work, I do have a list of 170 plus side hustles and gigs that you can sign up through the phone to get you started in different places throughout the United States. I sell it on TikTok, but if you're a Cornfed fan, you just DM me that you want the list, I'll send you the list for free. And we get you signed up, because I know work is tough. So if anybody needs anything to fill the gaps, I did put that list together, and I do update it every month. Any new jobs, new links, new signups. So it tells you what car you need and all that stuff. But anyways, go support Brosif. The link to his stuff is in the Red Ideas bio or whatever. And if you want to come hang with us and talk business ideas, we do every Saturday at noontime Eastern Standard Time. It's me, usually Panda stops by, Drew Huntley stops by, Hindian stops by, Tiffany was there today, and we just talk business ideas and stuff. So if anybody's looking for help out of for a little extra money, you guys can come by and listen to us. So yeah, so that's good.
But what was I saying? Oh yeah, so yeah, having a job is nice, but it's like I'm looking at I'm just dealing with the circumstances I'm dealing with, and I'm also looking at the writing on the wall as far as like what the future is going to look like, and I am trying to have it in place where I can just like work for myself, and so I have been like building that up, because it's looking like more and more, at least what's going to be valued, or like where any opportunities are going to lie are going to be in, I don't know, online content or some sort of entrepreneurialism, because it's just like with this AI shit, just like all this automation, there's so much the job market is drying up, and I was like, I know they keep saying like, oh, we'll just go work in the trades, but that's all well and good, but that's like not everybody can do that.
We're already programming that. So like I'm using AI to create little tasks that can fill roles of like sales and all that stuff. And I made a video about this maybe 6 months ago, that what'll start happening is people will start putting that into robots and stuff. And people are already teaching robots how to like put together IKEA furniture and small tasks. And rich people already have robots in their house that are cleaning and cooking and stuff. It's just that they're not showing us, but they already exist. If we're lucky, the efficiency will get to a point where the cost of living will be so low that we'll be able to afford it with very low effort.
That's so optimistic. I mean, that's like really optimistic to think that we're going to reap any of the benefits of all this automation. It's just like I try not to be too doomer about it, too like cynical, but I just the more I reach, the more it's like, oh, they're just like trying to build a world where like most of us die. Like they want to create. They want to like create.
I do believe that. I don't know if they're trying to create it, but Sam Altman is definitely doing some stuff that he does not care what happens to humans.
I just think that they've crunched the numbers on this, and they've just like what they're working toward. Like what they've decided is, we're going to automate everything only for the benefit of a select few people at the top, and then everyone else we do not care about. It's not that we're going to reallocate resources and make life better for everybody. It's that life is going to get really awesome for all of us here at the top, and then everybody else will just die, and that'll be like a casualty of what we've done. But that's fine.
I don't think that's what that is going to happen to some, maybe, but like the first $1 billion business was created by an individual using Claude Code, and he's not a Sam Altman or Elon Musk or any of these guys. So like they're going to try to do that, but like these tools are out of the genie's out of the bottle, and I've been trying to learn how to do them. And I automated a project system today. I put wisdom into mine. I automated a task thing that posts to my calendar and removes and automates this. Tomorrow, I'm going to automate my eBay listings. But this guy created a full automated website that made $400K in his first 6 months. And now it has subscription models, and it got evaluated at $1.2 billion. And he's the only employee. Everything is automated. And you and me have access to that same software that he did, that he has access to right now. I don't know if that'll always be the case, but everybody that's listening to me right now, because you're on the internet, have access to the same stuff that he did. He basically is selling like Ozempic through subscription models with Facebook ads to the site, and
that's different. Yeah. I'm talking like there's fucking what, like 400 million people in America.
Well, I do get that, but I'm saying like currently they haven't regulated to the point where we don't have access to it. But I think the Sam Altmans of the world are trying to do that. I don't know what Boris's ideas are at Claude, but he seems as if he's trying to create stuff to help people make their lives easier.
I don't think anything's ever going to get cheaper. I don't think like there's ever going to be a point where like we settle down or like this too shall pass, and then things go back down in price. I just think my thinking is that if they can fuck you, they will. And they can. There's nothing stopping us from
the government and the politicians 100%. And I think what is probably going to happen.
But the corporations too. I'm just saying
corporations are the government. A corporation is a government entity. It's a piece of paper signed by the government. It's not anything in the world.
All right. Well,
but I was going to say the two major players are OpenAI, which is failing and floundering, and the government and other people are pounding money into it. And then Anthropic, which is Claude, which is doing pretty well. And then Google, which might take everything over in the next 5 years. And they are playing ball with the government. But like, I think our biggest fear is OpenAI continues to fail. So they take their money as they flounder and fail because they're not creating good product, and they lobby the government to create regulations. The government takes them aside, they make a deal, and they regulate us out of using these tools as individuals under the guise of like some sort of false flag where a guy uses AI to
propaganda,
terrorist threat. And then OpenAI and the government can take control of this and take it back from us. So that is something that could happen.
Been propagandized.
I know you guys laugh about the propaganda, but there's a lot of it out there that people are falling for, and I see it every day.
Yeah, well,
that guy, by the way, that guy that does the fruit whatever created a thing called some girl made a joke is like, oh, I can't wait to tune into Fruit Island, Love Island or whatever.
I saw, and then he like went insane.
He made it, and within like a day and a half, it had millions and millions of followers. People have started to unfollow now, but like that was a huge trend that went through.
Yeah, what was I saying? It seems like the screws are like tightening on everybody more and more, and I do wonder like what is everyone gonna do?
Yeah, I know, I do too. Like I'm making decent money, and I'm looking around and I'm thinking, this is tight for me. How is anybody else surviving? And then you go online and you got some lady saying like, I made $140,000 last month selling this TikTok product, and you could too. And
so
then you're like, well, then you kind of believe.
Is that the future? Is that everybody's just going to work as like different versions of content creators and selling fucking bullshit on like Temu bullshit?
Well, I mean, so UGC is a real thing, and you don't even have to be that good. Like they want everyday people, for instance, to sell something. So if you can get a UCG product thing, it'll be like, we need these 3 things, and they have you like read 3 hooks They create the content afterwards. You're just selling the everyday image, and they'll be like, "We need you throwing this product on the bed," and so you have to film yourself throwing the bed. And then we need you to film opening the box, and then you send them all the raw stuff, and then they turn it into a video and they pay you for it because they want an everyday person doing it, not.
What does this mean? Rape mindset. Well, yeah, I mean, you could say that's easy to say when you haven't been raped. It's like you're fine. You're fine. Like, no, this is going to affect you. I'm talking about just like, yeah, everyone. It is.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, my asshole has never been breached, and you're talking like somebody who got fucked in the ass. It's like, well, yeah,
yeah. I do look around at stuff, and I go out into the community, and I'm like budgeting again and saving money and moved my bank accounts around, canceled my credit cards, trying to save because I think the shit's going to hit the fan. And then I go into the world and I'm delivering groceries and I'm like, I'm happy the person just tipped me $42, but I'm thinking like, how do you have money to buy all these groceries, pay the delivery fee, which was 20 like
student loans, dude.
And then so I made like $69 deliver like for this one grocery delivery the other day, right? Yeah, shout out to 69. And then I'm dropping it off to these houses. They're not these huge houses, and I was like, this person just tipped me 42. Thank you very much. I appreciate the tip. And then the total order was like so much and whatever. And then I looked at it. I was just like, where are they getting this money? They have this extra money like in their budget for delivering
credit, dude.
Or like we got a Starbucks now next to my house and a Chipotle, which we didn't have when I moved here 5 years ago. And so I'll do DoorDash orders for them, and it'll be like $15 to pick up a latte and a breakfast and bring it to them.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, if I'm getting paid 15, how much do they fucking pay Starbucks?
Maybe they're also delivering groceries. Maybe everybody is delivering groceries to everyone else, and the money's just circulating.
Yeah, but I'm like, where is the $15 that I'm getting from like to deliver this up the road?
I mean, I hate to break it to you, Dave, but maybe there are some people who are making more money than you are, and they can afford to pay you for groceries.
No, because I see the houses and the people that I'm dropping it off to. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like I'm going to
They're living below their means. They're living smart.
Maybe.
Economically.
Yeah, must be. I don't get it. I think something else is going on. Doesn't make any sense to me.
It can't be that they have more money than me.
No, no. Like there is when I go to a person's house that has a big house and like I see that it's well kept or whatever, and they order groceries, that makes a lot of sense to me. But when I'm showing up to like a trailer park or a 3-family house, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, the amount of money that they just spent. And when you're like, oh, they live below their means, maybe. But a lot of these people, it's weird. Like, you don't think it's weird if somebody's getting McDonald's ordered and they're tipping you $6?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I think ordering delivery for a lot of things is like strange and just a complete it's a waste. And
yeah, you think the person ordering McDonald's is rich and has more money than
I think they're stupid.
I think they're stupid making poor decisions, and I'm curious to how this person is affording this.
I'm not going to pay a premium on fast food. That's crazy.
But I'm saying, yeah. So the same person that pays a premium on the fast food, it's like you're not smart enough to know to not do this. So like, how are you smart enough to make enough money to get this?
I don't know. Probably credit, dude. Probably credit cards are not.
Yeah, like is everybody maxing out their credit cards?
Everybody's going to default on it anyway. Maybe that's how we fight the banks, dudes. Everybody open up the biggest line of credit that they'll let you have.
Yeah.
For what just everybody go and like open up the largest line of credit for as many credit cards as they'll let you do that with. Max them out. Don't pay them.
Yeah.
And if we all can like collaborate and collectively do this together, that will destroy the banks.
Well, Broseph and I
That's
talked
how we
about
rebel. That's
today.
how we use consumerism to fight consumerism.
Today, live at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Right Ideas, Broseph and me were talking about. Have you ever heard? Did your AI rabbi ever tell you about the Jubilee?
The Jubilee, the X-Men lady who
No.
can shoot fireworks out of her hands.
So there's a tradition. I believe it's in the Jewish community, but basically, it's just like if you have debts, every 7 years, all the debts were wiped out. It's called the Jubilee. So it's just a tradition that if you're living your life and you're borrowing money and you're trying to return it to friends, you couldn't charge them interest. And then when all the debts are forgiven at around the 7-year mark, I think that's somewhat. I don't know. This is one where the chat would be right for saying I have no idea what I'm talking about. I have a deep understanding of what this thing is. But anyways, I thought it was interesting that if somebody files for bankruptcy, you can't file for bankruptcy for 7 years after that. Sure. And then I was like, oh, that number 7 is the Jubilee number. And I'm wondering if that's where the bankruptcy number came from.
Oh, you know what? I always thought that because I had heard that like in the Bible that like debts get wiped out after 7 years. It's like a biblical thing. And I just always thought that was like where they got that 7 years from.
Yeah.
Like with credit cards and bankruptcy and all that is like it drops off your credit after 7 years because of the Bible.
So why don't people? So this got me thinking, right? So I thought if you go bankrupt or you go foreclosure, because they're at an all-time high right now, and we mentioned this last week. The biggest time prior to this was the Great Recession with an R, and before that was the Great Depression, and but now I'm wondering, are people like they figuring out credit that they can max out? Right, and put this all on credit, and then you file for bankruptcy and it all gets wiped out. Then I thought you couldn't get credit after that for 7 years, but they give you credit. You just can't file for bankruptcy again. So are people then just running up their credit again? And they just got to make it 7 years, and then
the money's not real anyway.
And on year 8, I can file bankruptcy again. Because that would make sense. That would help me sleep at night that people are pulling that scam, because it would make sense to where people are getting.
I don't know if the scam is destroying your own credit. I pulled that scam, and I don't know how I'm going to recover from it.
Well, doesn't it just clear?
No, well, I mean, it's like your credit doesn't get as bad as you think it would. Like you would think that. Like with what I did during my mental health episode,
yeah,
coming out of it, I thought like, well, my life's over. Like I'll just, I'm going to have like a 320 credit score and I'll never be able to recover from this. But turns out it actually, you can fuck up big time and it won't drop. Do what?
My credit just went way down.
Yeah, you can fuck up like everything in a big way. And your credit still won't drop below 600.
So mine was like 760, and then I canceled all of my credit cards because I don't want to have any credit cards at the banks anymore. And that canceling all my credit cards hit me for a penalty on my.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so they're like, oh, you don't have the access to this money anymore, so your credit is bad.
Yeah, you have to
a credit card. Similar to like paying. I knew if you pay off like a car loan, your credit goes down. But if you cancel your credit cards, it actually makes your credit go down.
You have to borrow money to make money.
Yeah. So me getting out of their system and moving over to, I got into a couple of banks that are not I got away from JP Morgan. I got away from Bank of America. I got away from Wells Fargo, all those into like a smaller thing. And they don't associate with them. So things take a little bit longer now. It actually takes 2 to 5 days to do a wire transfer and stuff. But I didn't want to support that system anymore. And I'm going to try to do like the no usury Christian Dave Ramsey style thing. But I didn't, my credit went way down.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. You don't need credit anymore.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like the credit points aren't how good you are. It's how much money you can make the banks.
Right.
So you can't make the bank so the score isn't for you. It's the bank's score to know how much money they can make off of you.
I hope they learn their lesson. Don't loan me any money.
Well, I wonder if you're
way.
a write-off. I wonder how it works.
Something just came across my. Let's see. Let's check this out.
Yeah. Oh, heck yeah, dude! This is so good. This is not what I was thinking. So I didn't play that. I think I played Black Bass on the NES, but then I also played
I love Black Bass.
Bass Master 2000 on 64, which is good. That's the one that I was thinking of, because what was cool about the 64 is you had the joystick. Yeah, so like you kind of got the feeling of like, you know.
Well, there was a on the first Mario Party. There was a fishing mini game where you had to rotate the joystick to reel in, and I used to do this move where I just press my palm into it and spin it around.
Oh yeah,
I did that so hard I like ripped the skin off my palm playing Mario Party.
Did you play track and field for the NES?
I've played it, but years after it came out, I have a cousin who bought all the old games, and I played it at his house once.
So we used to play.
I was not alive when that came out.
When you ran, you had to go like this to hit A-B to run.
Yeah.
Right? But then people would cheat, and you get really good at it, and then you could go like this and like kind of like do three fingers. And I got like really good at it, and I was like crushing. And I go to my buddy's house, and he destroyed me because he took out a AA battery. They would take a battery, and they would just go, and they would run the battery over the thing. So I was like, yeah, I was kind of mad.
I played it,
like figured out this like flicking thing, and it really hurt and made your hand tired. And then he figured out the AA battery.
There was a lot of like hardware innovations that Nintendo was trying out for that first NES console. There was the glove, but then for that game, the track and field game, my cousin actually has it. They had this early iteration of like a Dance Dance Revolution pad.
Really?
Yeah, it was like a pad that you would stand on
to run on.
You could actually do like.
Oh, this does sound familiar, but we couldn't afford that.
And it was for the NES. It was like an actual controller input, but it was like this big pad you'd roll out and you'd stand on it to play the game.
Yeah,
and that was cool. Now I was not fast playing it that way because I had to actually use my body.
I think I told this story before, but I had a paper route. And I saved up. I had over $100, and the NES was $99.99 at the Apex in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. And I had my dad drive me over there, and I got the NES. I was so excited. I had saved up my paper route. We get it up to the thing. I put it on a thing, and the lady's like, "Yeah, that's $169.99." And I was like, "No, it isn't. It's $99.99." And she's like, "No, it's actually $106.99."
Oh, and that's how you became libertarian.
And that became
mad about the sales tax.
So they had sales tax. I was like, "What's going on?"
The price tag lied to me.
So I go to my old man.
More?
Dude, I had to like argue with my old man over the $7, and he was doing all right at the time. I was like, "Come on, bro, you can't give me $7." So, because I didn't bring, I had the money, I just didn't like. I went to the bank and I took out $100 from my paper route. I was like 14, maybe 16 at the time. So the old man finally kicks over the $7 and turns it into like he's being playful, but he's being a kind of an asshole. So I get the thing. I go home and the libertarian from then on. I learned about sales tax and I was pissed. But anybody that knows Pawtucket, Rhode Island, it's now the DMV, but there's a Apex building. Oh, maybe we can pull it up. The Apex in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. It was a white pyramid, a white giant pyramid building in the downtown Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
I want some damn Easter candy. I'm thinking about Cadbury cream eggs right now. You ever had a Cadbury cream egg?
Been a long time. Yeah, let me pull up here. Let me pull this up.
When you bite into one, when you bite in a Cadbury cream egg, there's the jizz in it. But then there was always like this orange swirl in there. I never knew like what that was. Like I was like, what fucking kind of cream are they using? It's got this orange shit in it. Then I found out a few Easters ago that it's supposed to look like that. That's the design is to simulate an egg yolk.
Yeah.
I just always thought the cream was like fucked up. Like, oh, they're using like some weird cream.
No, I thought that was to be check this building out, dude. This is where I bought my Nintendo 64.
Oh,
it
wow.
was this weird ass pyramid building.
That's like the Bass Pro Shop in Memphis.
In downtown Pawtucket, Rhode Island. You bastards.
You ain't gonna be able to use any website. Believe me, all websites are broken except for Twitter and Instagram and like social media.
This is so dumb.
You can't.
Well, guys can imagine from this photo. This is now the DMV in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, but this was Apex, which was like a Kmart type store.
Yeah,
and this was like innovation. It was this like weird pyramid thing with this thing on top. But anyways,
the caramel Cadburys are good too. Those are good. I've been big into caramel lately. They sell
the chocolate bars.
Yeah, I mean,
well, you can buy instead of the egg, you can just buy a chocolate bar, and each one's got the Cadbury.
Yeah, but I want the egg. It's Easter time.
Yeah, I get that.
But something I've been getting into lately is when you go grocery shop and buy where the apples are. I don't know why I never used to buy this shit. I've been getting it a bunch the last few weeks. By the apples, they also sell the tubs of like dipping caramel. It's like a tub of like caramel you could dip your apples into. And I've been, just guzzling caramel.
Have you seen the sheets?
The what?
The sheets.
You can buy caramel apples.
You can buy a circle and put your apple in it and throw it in the oven.
See, that's a pain in the ass though, because then I have to like bite through all of that. Whereas, because the way I like to eat apples anyway,
you're just heating up caramel and drinking it.
I like to heat. I like to heat up the caramel. I take a bite of the apple, and then
I get it.
Take a swig of caramel to wash it down.
Oh, you don't even dip it in there?
No, I'm kidding.
Right.
No, I cut. Anytime I eat an apple, whether it's caramel or not, I cut up the apple. I don't like having to sit there and try to tear through it with my teeth. I'll cut it up into slices.
No offense, but like, you're not the old Dalton anymore. The Dalton before me looks like he drank some caramel.
Oh yeah.
So
you wouldn't put it past. Now you look at me.
I've done it, dude. I made the joke, but like, because I asked how many black people you think have put Kool-Aid in their coffee before. The reason I made the joke is I didn't have sugar at my house, but I did have some Kool-Aid, and I thought about it a couple of times, dude.
You talk about spiking your coffee with Kool-Aid?
Well, I didn't have any sweetener, and so like every morning I was just drinking black coffee. Like I was eyeing up the Kool-Aid. I was like, how bad could it be? And I don't have Kool-Aid that often. I bought it for February for the joke. But if somebody had Kool-Aid in their house all the time, I know they put Kool-Aid in their coffee. I almost did it a handful of times.
The flavors of Kool-Aid don't seem like they would complement a cup of coffee.
Well, I was just saying, like, I know if I look back at my history, I think I've
tropical punch coffee.
I probably drank some caramel. So I've done it. So
the dip in caramel is like a thick, viscous consistency. It's for dipping.
Oh, I thought you were heating it up.
No, I was joking.
Dude, that's what I would do. I would heat it up and then I would slice. I didn't do this, but if I would heat it up so you got like a hot caramel, and then I would take apple slices and dip it in the hot caramel and eat it. That's
crazy. No, the dip in caramel is already it's meant to be refrigerated even. So it's
already soft.
The consistency is it's already soft enough to like scoop with an apple and then you eat it. Yeah. Which is like not the healthiest way to eat apples, but you know how like when people are addicted to heroin, they give them methadone.
Yeah,
it's like my methadone. It's like, well, this is better than like eating cake and pie and shit.
Yeah,
you cut up some apple slices and dip them in caramel.
There is some science to the fact too, where like if you, especially for me, I have an eating disorder as well. If I restrain from having any sweet treats for a long period of time, it's not good for me because eventually I will break and relapse and like binge until I'm sick. I'll buy like raw cookie dough and just like eat the whole thing.
I've done that.
It's better that I give myself a little bit of sweets all the time. If I restrain too much, I'll end up like snapping and going into like a fugue state, and I come out on the other end. And the whole time I'm doing it, I'm like, I shouldn't be doing this. I'm eating a family size bag of Sour Patch Kids right now, and it's going to make me sick. I can't stop. And then when it's over, I was like, what did I just do to myself? And I snap back into reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do that all the time. I just now it's like, yeah, I'm just trying to do harm reduction. So it's instead of like a bunch of chocolate and different cakes and confections, it's like I'll do an apple with some dipping caramel with
Let me ask you about that dipping caramel. Is it actual cane sugar that they've heated up?
No. It's like $4 for the little tub, and so it's full of fucking chemicals.
Yeah.
If it was made with anything real, it would probably cost like $20. No, it's like it's a chemical concoction, but it's soft. It's like the consistency of like a, I don't know, the same as like hummus, I guess.
Yeah,
but it's sweet. It's caramel. It's really good. They make a salted version. They make a salted caramel. It's really good.
Yeah,
it's a brand. What's the brand? Marzetti is a brand. It's good stuff.
Well, it's getting towards maple syrup again here. I guess I got to wait completely to fall, but like during certain times of the year here, I can get maple syrup for $9.99 for like fresh Vermont.
Shit, man, just go to Costco and get that big fucking Kirkland bottle of maple syrup.
That stuff's still $16.99, $14.99. Like, you get I mean, I would bet you it's even up to $24.99 now for some of the actual real maple syrup.
I haven't tried. I've been seeing this on the show. I gotta try this. That Marzetti cream cheese dip. That looks like that could go some strawberries.
Do you ever do like a bagel with cream cheese and then jam on top?
I've done that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, my sister showed that to me. My sister's 5 years younger than me, and when I was like 19. She showed me that, and I was like, you're a disgusting pig. What are you doing? That's disgusting. And then I got a little bit older, and I was like, hey, man, she really knew what she was doing.
Yeah, bagels are versatile. You can do sweet bagel, you do savory bagel, whatever you want.
Yeah.
You combine them.
My family, especially my mother's half-sister and her twins, was like the Clumps, but female.
Mm-hmm.
And they were huge. They were so big. They owned a fabric store called Athenian Fabrics, and they were so large at one point that they had made these thick light blocking curtains for the house, and then they upgraded the house, so they got some new curtains. They used those curtains to make dresses for the daughters. They were so big. I'm not kidding you. These are large women at some point, because they all were, food was love. And so they would have these huge, like, you know, they would eat Thanksgiving dinner almost every night. And that included pies and ice cream and homemade cookies and desserts after every meal, but also like multiple types of mashed potatoes and meats and vegetables for dinner, like, and sit around and talk and just get bigger and bigger. And so for me, I was afraid to do that. So I always stayed away from that side of the family. In my family, it was getting large. And then as I got older, the food was just so good, I couldn't stay away. And that's when my eating disorder.
Oh, I mean, it's not eating. Is it really? Is it the same classification as a disorder? Just a pig.
Yeah, it like there's different. Like I
mean, come on. There's a difference.
All right, so I'll tell you right now one of the signs of
putting your fingers down your throat.
Well, that's a different type of disorder. But like for me, and I don't know what, you can't speak for you, but like just one example is like, I remember somebody saying to me a couple years ago, like, do you even get to taste your food the way you eat? And then I was like, I just almost recognized it like a couple weeks ago. I'm like, oh, I don't even taste my food. Like I put something in my mouth and I like take like a bite and a half and just swallow and put some more into it. Like it's a sport. So I've really started to like try to slow down and chew my food.
You do be swallowing
and see what it tastes like. And that's part of an eating disorder, is like you're eating for the consumption aspect of it, not for the substance and health. And some people can sit down and like calmly eat and they don't have like go brain with food.
Some just came across my desk. Kenny sent this to me. He's got some new artwork. Looks like I think it's Nicolas Cage and Mandy.
Yeah,
that's cool.
This freaking me out. Did you see the Zach Amico one? Can you pull that up? That one's
really Zach Amico one.
The Zach Amico one with the belly is so good. Like I was scrolling through and I was like, the belly and the midsection of Zach had this uncanny valley that I was like, I thought it was real at first as I was scrolling by. It's on his X.
He drew it?
I believe so. Or maybe it was Chris.
I mean, I don't know.
The article.
Oh, no, yeah, I think it was Kenny. Is this you thought this was real?
Well, like I'm on my phone and I'm scrolling. I didn't think it was real, but it hit that like uncanny valley with like
that duped you.
So like it guys, pull this up on your phone. But like as you're pulling through, and like between like the nipples and the stomach, not like when you get to the head.
There's a lot of pasture between Zach's nipples.
Yeah, so it's got this like uncanny valley of smoothness where like when you're scrolling through on your phone, you're like, what? And then you get to the head and you're like, oh, this is artwork. Yeah, if you pull it up like that and you see the whole thing, it's not the same experience that I went through.
Yeah. Dude, this fucking guy from earlier is just like continuing to go off on Twitter. He's tagging me in something else.
Who's this?
This guy, the guy I banned earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He needs to see a doctor, dude. I've been there. I've had to go see psychiatric doctors. Speaking of great connections, people reuniting or whatever, this reminded me. Guys, if you get a second, head over to Instagram and watch Dalton and Sarah Summerlin. Yeah, they did a podcast together. I watched a little bit. It was interesting. Let's pull that up. I want to watch Sarah dance around in a sundress. We don't have to watch that. I would like to watch a little bit of it. Folks, just go check out it's on Instagram. it's a live stream that's still up on Instagram.
Yeah, let me see. It's right here. The fellas, this is for the fellas. Put some volume on here. This is Inception. Yeah. So you can watch, I got it on the screen here. So you can watch Sarah and Dalton speak. And it's FOMO Machine and Dalton Pruitt.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you can't fast forward on Instagram, can you?
But you got, everybody gets the idea.
Yeah. But it's basically, Sarah in a sundress, and she stands up and spins around and talks to Dalton. And she's, they're both being intellectual. It's a fun conversation between two friends.
See, the way you said that with just so much, I don't know, hunger in your voice. Sarah in a sundress.
No, I'm being. Sarah and me would kill one another. You think that me and Sarah would get along? We would kill each other.
Oh, there I am.
Yeah, so there's Dalton. I'm just being hyperbolic for the boys to go.
Sarah in a sundress.
So like Sarah. Well, the joke was because I made that joke prior, and she really is in a cabin in a sundress now. But I was just about like, there is nothing that would ever go on with me. And I mean, there's nothing would go because she wouldn't want anything, but also like the two of us would kill each other.
Probably.
I'm a crazy libertarian, and she's a full leftist. She's a full leftist, right? Not even Democrat.
I think your complexion might be a little too light for her anyway.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Well, no, she's living her lifestyle, her cabin lifestyle. But I watched some of it. I thought it was a fun banter back and forth.
Pandatron might have a shot with her. Between
the two of you guys, I thought it was a fun banter and everything. And I watched a little bit when I was driving. But then what stinks is I tried to go back to it later, and you have to start it all over, and you can't fast forward. There's a way that you can.
I don't know. I didn't know. I don't know. I hardly ever use Instagram. When she invited me to that, I couldn't even I was going to do it from this webcam that I'm on now, but Instagram was like, no, you have to do it on your phone. And I go, this platform fucking blows, dude.
Well, that was the original intent. So you weren't even supposed to be able to upload photos from cameras and stuff. The whole idea of it originally was only be from your phone. And so they've gotten away from a lot of that over the years. What's crazy is all right, in 2015 I woke up one morning and lost my entire Facebook account and Instagram for some political statements I made.
Tragic.
It was a big account, so it was pretty tragic for me. I had over 50,000 people in the Facebook group and 5,000 followers, so it kind of kicked me in the balls. It took a lot of time to grow, but I got over it. And the years went by, and then I created an Instagram, and they never banned me on there. But then in last year in March 2025, I logged in on a new email with new pictures and everything to join a business group, and they banned me within 48 hours. So everybody's like, you must have done something. I was like, literally nothing. So then 2 days ago, I used Claude to get back on Facebook. And it said you have to season your account.
Hack into the mainframe.
So it taught me some things. It told me to season my account. So I went on there. I followed some people. I like some vegan restaurants or whatever. And then I woke up in 48 hours and my account was banned again. So Facebook has banned me 3 times, but I still have my Instagram account for some reason. But the moral is I thought that they worked alongside each other, but I guess they don't.
I don't know.
And so it doesn't seem like Instagram is keeping up with Facebook as far as the technology, because
I think they're just connected in as much they're both owned by Meta. So you can set it up where anything you post on one platform goes to the other and vice versa.
And then is Threads owned by Meta too?
I believe so, yes.
And that's their version of Twitter.
Everybody's trying to figure out how to make a new Twitter, and Nobody can. Twitter is the channel.
Twitter is so rough, dude. Like Panda was right because he came on
Twitter,
late.
dude. Twitter sucks. So it's like
so mean.
It's like at the point now where, because like I'm not a healthy person. I don't engage in healthy habits. But it used to not be this bad. But just like waking up in the morning and like first thing looking at my phone. The last few days, I've like had to start thinking. I've started like really thinking to myself like, this is bad. I gotta stop doing this because like I'm opening this shit up, and the first thing in the morning is just nothing but piss and vinegar, and vitriol and aggression from the demented degenerates that inhabit this website.
Yeah, and even if you don't take it personally and you can like brush it off, you're still like feeling your hard drive, like your own personal hard drive.
Yeah, it's
like,
still striking
out to get you. It's not friendly and welcoming.
It's still poisoning you. I mean, it's like you shouldn't. There's no reason to begin the day, or to have any time of the day where you're looking at a post from Cat Turd. That should not be a part of anybody's reality at any time of day.
I don't even get those guys in my feed, and it's still pretty bad because like there is no neutrality on it anymore, or at least I can't find it because I started I shared some with Drew and stuff. I tried to join Drew's algorithm, and I've been sending him dog stuff and liking dog stuff or whatever, and I still like log on and like get blackface, and I was like, I'm not liking or following any blackface people. I
get a ton of porn, dude.
I don't get any porn, but I do get like I just want to look at memes and dogs and the occasional hot chick and like the occasional funny video.
The only positive that's
happened political.
The only positive that's happened recently, like, and it was this last week, was Elon or Nikita or both of them smashed the Japan button.
Who's Nikita?
Nikita Beer is the head of development at Twitter, or X, formerly Twitter. So he's the one that's trying to figure out how to make it better for everybody. But they did something where they like, hit the Japan button, and all of a sudden all these Japan are coming through, and that's been like refreshing for everybody just to see how nice and funny the people of Japan are on X, formerly Twitter, and then it's been this moment of cultural interaction, this cultural exchange, because it's all of us in America are looking at the Japanese like, wow, we like the way y'all do things. And then the Japanese, they're like, we love your barbecues and Whataburgers. And then one of the like fun things is that the Japanese seem to be infatuated with a little Southern delicacy that is putting peanuts in a Coca-Cola.
I saw some people making those videos, but I didn't understand that Japan liked that. I know they like
the Japanese people.
I know they like rock and roll and like rockabilly and stuff.
The Japanese people heard about peanuts in Coca-Cola, and they said this is way better than what the Chinese are doing with their Coke.
Hey, I found a Japanese video right here that
they've become enamored with peanuts and Coca-Cola.
Yeah,
I grew up in Texas, so my first my introduction to that concoction was peanuts and Dr. Pepper.
Yeah,
but you can do it with Coke too, and it's a great combination of sweet and savory flavors, and it gives the Coke some texture. And one of the funniest posts I saw was this Japanese lady was like, "Oh, so is this like Texas boba?"
That's pretty weird.
Peanuts and Coke.
You know what though? It is.
It is. Yeah.
So I tried it in 2023 when I did my south. I went to Blue Ridge Highway and then Florida and then across Texas and everything to Skankfest. And I did try it. I never got the boiled peanuts, but I saw them everywhere. And the reason I tried it is I asked this lady at I don't even remember what it
The
was.
boiled peanuts are specifically southeast. You don't see those past like Tennessee.
Yeah, so I was
west.
I was asking somebody about the boiled peanuts at the gas station. I think it was in Georgia.
They got them.
Wouldn't be.
They got them in Georgia.
Yeah, it was in Georgia, and it was just a very beautiful black lady, a young black woman running the register, and she made a joke about my beard and asked if she could put a flower in it. And we got into a little conversation, and then I was talking about the boiled peanuts with her, but she told me about the peanuts and the soda, and I thought she was flirting and messing around with me. So then somebody else came in. She was like, ask him, he'll tell you. And I said, do you guys do anything weird with peanuts down south? And he's like, you should put them in sodas. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, yeah. So then I did it, but I didn't do it properly, I guess, because I put them in like a plastic bottle.
Yeah.
Like a thing. But I heard you're supposed to put it in a smaller bottle because you have to have enough that.
No. You just take a swig,
it.
Open the soda, take a swig, take a little swallow off the top. Then you have enough room for your peanuts.
Yeah.
That's it.
Don't you have to put enough in there that you get one when you sip it? And mine were kind of like at the bottom.
I don't know why they would sink. That was never
because, like, when you do it, they like move. Like you know what I mean? Because there's too much liquid in there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you messed it up. Try it again.
Well, what I end up doing is basically they were just soaking in there, and then you eat them when the thing was over.
That might still be good.
Yeah, it was fine, but it just was like I didn't.
No, the way it works is you take a swig off the top, and you pour your pack of peanuts in there, and then when you take a sip, you get the Coke, and then there's a rush of peanuts that follow it, and then you get this everything mixes up in your mouth, and it tastes really nice, and there's texture. But the Japanese seem to be enamored with this concept.
I found I looked for a Japanese video because I hadn't seen any, and I finally found one. I got it up on screen now. This looks interesting.
All right, we'll wrap up with this.
The first one on my screen that said Japanese translate, and it says show original, show translation.
Just like humans, isn't it?
Yeah, so just like humans.
So it's a monkey.
She's got a couple of pet monkeys here. I don't know if you're supposed to put powder on them. I thought that was cancerous.
No, you don't, because you don't want them to get like jock itch.
Oh, she's got a hole in the
oh. It is just like people.
Dude, monkeys rule, dude.
Yeah, monkeys
are scared. Look at this little part of here, dude.
A little diaper on that monkey.
Dude, those things rock, dude. Except like
powdered that monkey's ass.
Except that like they look all cool and fun, whatever, but that thing could just jump up and like rip your vocal cords out if it wanted to and start biting your neck. And there's no way you could stop it. Like that thing to latch onto your neck.
Man, she got to powder this one's ass.
Oh, so he's got no tail.
Yeah, they must do.
He's a troublemaker.
Hell yeah.
So, yeah, because they must shit all over the place if you don't put a diaper on them. And they're jumping and swinging on the chandelier or whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
These things are cool as hell, though.
Yeah, these are cool. I do like this. Yo, shout out to monkeys.
Yeah, shout out to monkeys, dude.
That's cool, man.
I want to see if they're gonna do anything. Hold on, let's see if we fast forward. If it's
fast, because it's like,
she's
dressing them up.
Yeah, come on, dude. We gotta watch this, dude. Yeah. Oh, that's a girl monkey with no tail. That makes sense because they're gonna put a skirt on her. She doesn't want to put the clothes on.
She's putting people clothes on it.
Monkey slut. She don't want to put her clothes on.
We'll say that monkey's underage, dude. That's a child monkey.
No, that's an adult monkey, dude.
That's a little baby. That's a little kid monkey.
What do you mean?
I don't know what kind of monkeys these are. These monkeys could be
dude, she's gonna put them in a show. Is she gonna ride a tricycle after this, dude?
I mean, the monkeys don't want to wear clothes.
Them, yeah, she doesn't want to wear clothes.
ជូឡាកុំរើរឿងប្អូនមើល
Fired up. See, that's what I'm saying. You get in between the two of them.
នេះចាំតិចមើលមុនហ្នឹងគេ
This other one's fucking pissed because you just
bite a ligament in your
just
head.
cover it up. He, you know.
មិនបិទលើមិនចូលទេជូឡា
This
គេ
makes
មិន
me
និយាយស្ដាប់
nervous
សាច់កូន
about
នេះ
it. She don't care.
I mean, yeah, those monkeys could fuck that lady up if they wanted.
Yeah, like when she reached in between, he could just like rip one of the these little strings
Like burrow through her stomach
and your wrist out, dude.
Tear her eyes out, tear her clitoris off.
Oh, they put a dress on this one too?
នេះ
Like a tunic of some kind.
ឆោ
Maybe it's a boy, and he's like, dude, get me out of this thing. We didn't see the genitalia on him. Oh, there's a pants. This guy's getting pants. Well, what the heck?
Yeah, the monkeys don't want to be wearing this shit.
Yeah, dude. This is so.
They're already covered in fur, like what, or hair, or what do monkeys have?
I get it, dude. This boomer wanted me to shave my beard, buddy. I get what this guy's going through.
ហុកពីលើមិនឲ្យប្រហុក
it's gonna trust
នៅញែកញក់
Like balls.
ប៊ីឡា
Oh, the hopping is cool, dude.
ឈោចេ
The audio listeners were watching two monkeys get dressed up in like entertainment clothing.
I know, yeah. This is just animal abuse.
Yeah. And the monkeys are not having it. They look like they might rip the lady's head off at any second. The more that she tries to dress them up.
They do not want to be wearing this shit.
No, they started showing their teeth at each and jumping around once she did this.
I will say, now that they're dressed, it does look cool.
They look so human.
Wow.
That's dope.
Oh, wow.
That's cool.
It does look like a little old lady. They got the dress. Dude, I wish I could just do backflips like that. This is what I'm saying about abundance. Like, those monkeys, right? It doesn't matter what the government does. They're going to find a way to shelter and have other monkeys because they've set their life up in a minimalistic way that they can find food in abundance all around them.
Uh-oh, did we get duped by AI?
Even if it is AI, dude, I don't care.
Fuck, God damn it, Dave. Tricked me with this AI.
It's not AI, dude. It's Japan, dude.
It probably is AI.
No, dude.
I forgot my rule that everything is AI until proven otherwise. Dave, that's AI.
This is not AI, dude.
Fucking AI, man.
Look at this, dude. It's not AI, dude. This is real.
No, it's
this
AI.
is AI. Okay? This is AI. This might be AI.
AI.
This is not AI. This is real.
It's CGI, which is different.
This is real. This is real. This is definitely real, dude.
That's real, yeah. Dude, they taught a monkey to use a phone.
Yeah. We got to be careful. We're on Twitter, yeah.
All right. Well,
that was not AI. Those are real monkeys that are living their life within a
The point is, it's cool when monkeys wear people clothes
and do backflips, dude.
And do backflips. So shout out to Japan, Nihongo.
Yeah, our Japanese friend. You know what you can do with AI?
Nomo arigato.
When you make the clips for the show, we're speaking English in the clips. You could put Japanese subtitles underneath those.
Ooh,
subtitles. Penis. So Japanese people have the biggest penises of all the Asians, right?
That is true, yeah.
That's what I've heard. Oh, wait, no. I think it's the Philippines.
Maybe. 4 inches.
I did hear that 4 inches is the average size of a penis in South Korea. They're very monogamous, and the average sexual partner is like 1.3 or something.
What?
Yeah, they have very few.
A 1.3-inch hard penis?
No. The number of sexual partners that they have.
Oh.
It's less than 2. So, like, that would make sense evolutionary that they're like, they're just meeting pair bond and having. They're not like women don't get to select for large.
I heard that the birth rate in South Korea is like really low. I heard that they're like ghost town over there.
That's something we could do. We could go to South Korea and Japan and impregnate Asian ladies and then leave.
Whether they want us to or not.
Well, there's some. I heard in Japan they will pay you to bang, and they don't want you to stick around.
Japan is pretty ethnocentric. I feel like because they're having these declining birth rates over there. I don't think they want to fix that with like race mixing. I think they do want to keep it Japanese.
I think I'm turning Japanese.
I think I wish I was. I feel like I should have been Japanese. I feel like the cruel cosmic joke that was played on me was that I was
a Japanese penis.
It was I was born with a Japanese-sized penis on a white man's body.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, so sorry.
All right, but it's been 4 hours. It's been 4 hours of a show, and I know. Look, I guess. Hey, look, I know I don't work. I've given up. I don't work hard enough. I only do a 4-hour live stream, but I am like I've not. I had a tuna salad sandwich earlier, like a few hours ago, but I'm like really hungry.
Yeah.
So I am gonna go. I'm gonna go eat now.
I will just say, can I say one thing in Dalton's defense before we go? I have noticed, I pay close attention to Dalton, and as everybody knows, I have the best pattern recognition of anybody here. And I've been noticing some things. I've noticed an improvement in Dalton's personality. Not like, that he was mean or anything before, but like he's happy, he's more chipper, he's more energetic. You know what I mean? Not so I don't think that you're lazy, Garen. I think that you're healing much better now. Even watching you make the clips, I was like, okay, Dalton's getting back in. We're gonna.
I'm working, dude. I gotta figure out the algorithm. I gotta build a bit. I'm building all of this.
I don't think that people that have never experienced like really hard mental illness realize like when you're rebuilding back up. You got to get.
It feels like it just happened. Like in my mind, all of that just happened.
Yeah,
but then it was actually like a while ago.
And you're still feeling some shame about it, and no one else is remembering, which is like, you know what I mean. So there's a lot to the healing process to something like that. I went through it. I know other people that have gone through it.
I have lost weight.
I can see that you're doing better, and the show's going to improve.
I've been walking. I had to order new shoes yesterday, so they're in the mail.
Those shoes are made for walking, and that's just what you'll do.
Oh yeah. One of these days, I'm gonna fuck you in the ass.
Yeah,
but I got some
big things coming.
Big things coming to the network. I mean that when I say it. It takes time. It just. All of this is like it's a work in progress. It's cumulative. I'm building upon the last thing that I did, and we're marching forward.
Yeah. And people aren't very empathetic. They're just like make content, whatever. Those, not everybody, because most.
Look at this guy. This guy says healing, LOL, as though it's a joke.
Yeah. So multiple.
I just can't expect everyone to understand.
Very few people that show up to the chat are mean, and we get so many more views of people that love the show that it's growing. And there's some big names that I know that watch this show, so this show is gonna explode. But as far as like everything that's going on, like the Crowder Boys got defunct, so you have to you dodge through that. Mm-hmm. Sal's kind of busy; he can't do the show anymore. Kevin's not just show, and you persevere. You push forward.
Persevere.
And those aren't easy things to constantly be swapping around, and you're trying to get a flow and an understanding and how to work with somebody to grow a podcast. I think you and me have gotten to a good point where we know how to work with one another. And
what does this mean? Then stop doing it live if that's your excuse. No, I'm doing it live. Yeah. I'm not making excuses. There is no excuse. I'm doing it. Fuck these people, dude. They don't know what it's like. They don't know how hard this is.
Yeah, it's very few people. And like, I mean, Robbie's third cousin is probably my biggest fan. The only one that might be a little bit bigger is who's the fat chick?
Oh, he said he was talking to you. Okay, maybe I don't know what's going on.
Those two are my biggest fans. They're so obsessed with me. And it's okay. When you guys run into me at Skankfest, I'll sign an autograph for you.
I have lost a bunch of weight because I've been walking more. I do need the shoes I'm wearing now are blown out. My feet really hurt, so I did have to. The make and model of New Balances I wear went on sale on Amazon. They're like $40 less than they normally are.
Yeah,
they're like kind of an expensive shoe, but I can't wear just cheap shoes because my feet hurt, but also because my feet are so like wide and misshapen. I just blow through shoes so easily. So I probably have to buy new shoes like every 6 months. And so, I had to spend a pretty penny, even though they were on sale, they still were not cheap.
Yeah.
I got some new shoes and I got this aluminum walking stick I use that collapses. I open the lock, extend it. I have a walking stick when I go walking. And I've been walking a bunch trying to lose weight. And so there's a lot of things I'm working on. Big things coming to the network.
I just found out about
I do need to bring back the titty videos. I mean, that is true that I did those for a while. Yeah, and then I just kind of, I don't know. They fell by the wayside. I got a lot of plates I'm spinning.
I just learned about the shoes and how like they get worn out. We talked about that a couple weeks ago because I kind of like noticed it in public. But my best friend, shout out to Beep. I won't say his real name because his wife's a teacher or whatever. But growing up, I remember like even when we were like 16, 17, he would just like, we'd be sitting around and he'd just be like thinking, he'd be like, dude, I just don't understand where fat people get all the money to eat. Like it must be so expensive to be fat. And so now that I'm older, I'm like, between the food and the replacement of the shoes and like the chairs and like, there's a lot of extra wear that goes on around you as you put on weight.
Oh yeah.
That becomes expensive, So for the pure financial aspects of it, you should, I see that you're doing good and you're turning things around, So
can you play Basketball Jones cartoon? Yeah, I guess we could close with that, but here, check this out. So somebody asked, this is my brand, the New Balance Men's Fresh Foam X Hierro V9.
I saw those. Those look pretty sharp. And they don't look like they get dirty easily, which is cool.
They're really nice. It's a really good all-terrain, treadmill, the trail, rocks, gravel, dirt. It's good for everything. But they're normally 160, but certain colors they have on sale right now for 120. And so this is what I got because I have the pair. I'm wearing a pair right now, but they're just I wore them out already. So
when you go to that thing, can I just show you something?
Sure.
Like when you go down on the right hand side there and see where it says "Look at more offers," and it says I can't like see it 100%, but a little bit further.
Oh shit! I think I just doxed myself.
Okay.
Get off of that.
All right, forget it.
Get off of that.
Go edit it. We're at 4:16:22. Delete it.
Shit, yeah. I'm not signed into anything. Why would it? Don't worry about that. Nobody go back and look at that.
Yep.
All right. Your VPN, dude.
I didn't see anything, so my bad. But you can click and see more, whatever, and they might have a cheaper price. That's all I was going to say.
Oh, normally, do they have a? Where is that?
So, like, it'll say show more sellers, and then it'll show you all the prices that of all the different sellers for that.
Yeah.
Typically, the best price is always in the buy box, but not always.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, there I've already got them because I need. I didn't want to have to.
Well, you can sometimes get money back if you find a cheap price. They have a price thing.
Yeah,
So,
I didn't want to have to buy new shoes. I hate having to spend money on actual stuff. I'd rather gamble, but I really need them because my feet are fucking killing me. So let me see. What is Basketball Jones?
I actually am an expert online shopping. Literally run online sales for the past 5 years, and that's what the job interviews I've been going to are.
Oh, I think that's
thanks for noticing.
I think I found it. Let's see if this is it.
So orthotics.
Orthotics.
Can Wees and Dave's explain thermodynamics? Kitty twisters. I'm just getting a rep.
Yes, I'm the victim of a basketball joke.
This is not what I thought it was going to do.
I always be dreaming. In fact, I was the baddest dribbler in the whole
Yeah.
neighborhood. Then one day, my mama bought me a basketball. And I love that basketball. I took that basketball with me everywhere I went. That basketball was like a basketball to me.
I guess that must have been a popular hat at one point. I remember it from Shout Out, but that's it.
I need help, ladies and gentlemen. I need someone to stand beside me. I need someone to celebrate for me at the free throw line of life. Someone I can pass to. Someone to hit the open line on a given goal and line up at the ball. So cheerleaders, help me out. Basketball Jones. Basketball Jones.
How old is this?
50 years old.
Not old enough for what we're watching. What a CeeLo looking guy. He must be older than that. They just uploaded it That's good.
Sing it out loud, you proud. All right, everybody wants to go sing along with us.
How would you even find this video?
Give them more. Give me the ball. I'm not a basketball.
So that was very well done. The way they reused some of the slides that they created, because it takes so long to do, was very creative. and how they reused it throughout the animation. I actually like that a lot.
Tony Token says those same shoes are $85 on New Balance website, but I'm looking at the website right now. No, they're all $160. The Fresh Foam X Hero V9 doesn't matter. I already placed the order. Yeah, I'm gonna lose like 100 pounds. I gotta get back down to my fighting weight. So this has been a good show. No apology. Do what?
We're going to the top. Two of the greatest broadcasters in known history right now.
We're topping.
Live streaming, going right to the top.
No apologies to Pete Pan. You better learn how to respect me. You better learn to respect.
Yeah.
In manners.
Yeah.
A little decorum. I come here, I'm putting on a show. You don't get to just say whatever you want to me unless you give me money.
Yeah, this is about the art. Forget the money. Dalton doesn't do this for the money. Take all your money and go. Cancel your Patreon.
I do need
no
the
one
money.
Cares.
It's like,
no one cares. We do this for the love of the game and for the art, and we're not going to compromise ourselves.
I mean, I'll be like, honestly, is like, I just want to do something good. I want to make the world a little bit better than I found it. Thank you, Hal and Kenny Rogers.
Hey, literally the only reason you show up is to hear my opinion on everything. All right.
Like more than anything, I just want to do something good for people. I just want to do something that's creates something good. But I also do want to make money. So, folks, that's the show.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed it. I'll be back.
If doesn't watch live, thank you for watching on YouTube. Share, comment, and share this with a friend.
Subscribe, smash all the buttons.
Hype it up. Share this with a friend.
Yeah. Please, I'll be back on this channel throughout the week doing stuff. Arena of Ideas every Thursday. Please subscribe to the Patreon. Patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. Patreon.com/the Arena of Ideas. Buy some merchandise, bpnmart.com. We got the Cornfed keychain now. We got the Wine Time shirts. We got the best merchandise. And go check out Dave's channel and watch his show he does with Broseph Smith, Right Ideas. That's the show, everybody. I love you.
Next week, we got the Trash Boys podcast. Bye.